Just ride. Wake up. It's my just ride.
Don't bother with the cheap stuff. Yeah. What's the liquor when you need some? Ay, go ahead and try to keep up now. Ay, ay, said you really wanna be some. Yeah. It don't really even mean none. Ay, I've been heading for the deep end now. Ay, ay, and I said, oh yeah, things look better with the sunglasses on. And oh, I know, yeah, I just ain't the type to hold on. But I said, oh yeah, things look better with the sunglasses on. And I've been falling, falling, falling,
Take me to Rio. You got the key to my heart. Two untamed souls, like diamonds in the dark. Go, go, go. Everybody, everybody love. The future's today. And baby, I'm late. Island fever. Island fever. Dipped in a daydream. Love bay got me moonlit. She's made of thunder, so you better close your eyes. Look like a movie, and right into the sun. Go, go, go. Everybody, everybody love. The future's today. Baby, I'm late. Island fever. Island fever. Dipped in a daydream. Love bay got me moonlit. There'll be no lonely hearts under the July moon. This island fever. Island fever. Island fever. Island fever.
Are we all just lost at sea? Sink or swim looking for signs. Still got hearts, we feel them beat. Pull you in closer to mine. When I don't believe in myself, you see the best in me. And I know sometimes I mess up, so promise me through good days and the bad, even when I'm sad, say you won't give up. Will you love me at my worst, even when it hurts? Say you won't give up. Well, nobody's perfect, we make mistakes. We're doing our best, take it day by day. So when I'm not good at love, say you won't give up. promise me through good days and the bad, even when I'm sad. Say you won't give up. Will you love me at my worst, even when it hurts? Say you won't give up. Well, nobody's perfect, we make mistakes. We're doing our best, take it day by day. So when I'm not good at love, say you won't give up.
Welcome, everybody, to the first day of the Stellar Series tournament hosted by Project Alliance. My name's Lash, and I'm joined today by Sleepy on this lovely Sunday afternoon. To start off the day, we have an absolute titan of a first game with the team XSET and Northeastern Valley, or Northeastern Varsity, in a best-of-one series on the classic map of Ascent. How are you doing today, Sleepy?
I'm feeling good. I'm really excited to be able to cast an XSET match. They made it a playoffs of GC2 and GC1. This is gonna be an exciting series. Obviously, we're gonna have quite a few games today. It's gonna be two best of ones that we start with, and then we'll be doing a best of three. But to start it off, we've just got XSET versus Northeastern here, and this should be exciting. Obviously, XSET is trying to prove themselves as they didn't do the best during GC2, but of course they still made it to playoffs, and I think this could be a match where they assert their dominance. But Northeastern starting off with a new roster today, just trying to prove themselves as a team that should be feared in Valorant esports.
Absolutely. And, we have XSET on defense and Northeastern Varsity on attack. I would say that defense is a little bit easier on Ascent and most favored in high tier play of Valorant esports. So I think that we're going to see some really interesting plays. Maybe a little bit of aggression. I know that XSET likes to kind of dip their hands in and ego peak nearly, a lot of things in big tournaments, and I'm excited to see what kind of aggressive stuff they have even on defense on this map.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we don't know a whole lot about Northeastern, but like you mentioned, defense is slightly easier. So it'll be interesting to see if that will continue to reign true here. Obviously, it's a best of one, which means after all the bans came through, this is just the final map. Both teams are like, yeah, we can play it. And of course, it's Ascent. I think we see Ascent a lot in any form of play, just because it's a solid map, even though it's a little bit defense sided. Some teams are decent on offense, teams like Loud, but obviously that's higher tier competition. But obviously, in lower tier, there's even more of an opportunity for the offense to find a little bit more value. So we'll see which of these two teams can find that type of play. Are there any players that you're looking at particularly and thinking, I'm interested to see them play?
Well, this is the first time I've casted a pro team at the level of XSET, and I'm really excited to watch what they have to do firsthand here. But looking at Northeastern Varsity, I'm seeing some high immortals, and I'm seeing some. I've looked through some of the match history. I'm seeing some that are really playmakers, and I'm seeing some that are kind of hit or miss. So I'm really excited to see what kind of a day it's going to be. Whether it's going to be one of those heavy on attack and just swarm and push the site, or meticulous plays and mind games, because Ascent is a map that everybody knows. If you've played Valorant, you've played the map Ascent. You know every corner, you know every change that's been made to the map. So there's a lot of mind games that you can play on this map, especially with it's kind of a little bit more close quarters, so you can get fast rotates, fast fakes, and you're able to get a lot done with, lack of information, unless you're playing the double initiator comp like with KO and Sova. I think it's gonna be a lot of fun.
But it looks like we may just be jumping right into the agent select. This should be Again, the start of a decently interesting match, so we'll go ahead and see where these teams end up. Like you mentioned, KO is typically a good pick on this map, but I also know in these sort of lower tier events, some teams like to switch it up, and I think we may already be seeing that from the side of XSET, going a little bit of sort of in not necessarily off meta, but they're not going for the defined double initiator like you typically see. They even have a Sage, which I think is pretty decently uncommon on this map, versus a team like Northeastern, which is going for a little bit of that more common Jet, Sova, KO, Omen, and Killjoy, like we typically see that double initiator.
Yeah, I'm seeing kind of a well-known comp, the Sova, KO, Omen, Killjoy coming out of Northeastern Varsity. It is going to be a little bit interesting to see what the fifth is going to be on Northeastern. I mean, I see a hovering chamber um, on their side from No Hacks, but I mean, if they lock in a chamber, they do have the movement tech slightly of a duelist, but it looks like they're locking in Jet. Very typical comp, very reliable for holding down sight and information gathering. I think we're going to see a little bit harder of information gathering from the side of XSET, especially since they're not running the double initiator, but the Silver Recon bolt is going to be it's going to be very helpful for him.
Yeah, considering both teams have this Sova, I really want to point out XSET has gone for a very off-meta choice of double Sentinel. They've got both a Killjoy and a Sage. They've decided to swap out a KO for Sage here. And I think it's an interesting choice just because of how different those two agents can be used. Obviously, Sage is a very defensive agent. You're going to be playing back a lot of the time, whereas KO can help find a lot more value, a lot more of that aggression. But we'll see. Of course, we're talking about a defense-sided map. XSET running a more defense-sided comp could find some more value in that regard.
Yeah, with the Sage Wall being able to block off in like massive parts of the map, like right off the bat, if they are able to get the spike down, especially on pistol round, you put the Sage Wall over it, that's basically an instant round win. And it looks like we're having a bit of a spread out composition coming up from Northeastern Varsity.
It does look like Northeastern will start this push 2 through Garage, and then they're sending 2 through mid, and they've even got one lurking towards A main. But it does look like after those two pushed a little bit into Garage, they got that turret down. Now they're taking it more towards mid. They, of course, have big nade takes with that spike getting ready to move through mid. After some engagement, No Hacks spots Katsumi. They know Bunny B is there as well. A nice head tap onto Bunny B, but it's long range. The Ghost not going to find that kill. Still, though, good damage done. And it does push them off of holding that angle. Obviously, a heal can come through. That's the benefit of having that Sage. But good damage to start it off. Shows some promise for Northeastern, and now they're just going to start rushing in through Garage. They've rotated out of mid, moving towards B now. They're getting onto the site. Bob still trying to defend the site, able to take out No Hacks from CT. Katsumi coming in through Market takes out JCN. It's now going to be a 3v5. The spike does go down. It does look like XSET's going to be able to make a good retake, being up 2 players. Snow able to take out Bunny B, and then Katsumi takes out Orca. And although a pick has come through, no more going to be found for Northeastern. Bob takes out Snow, and Soto takes out Big Natex. The retake looks so beautiful here. 2 players up as that spike's going down, and after that, XSET just needed to run them down.
Honestly, Sleepy, I think one of the major issues for Northeastern Varsity there was bad smoke placement. The Jet smoked off Market, and that was able to get them onto site a little bit quicker. But the Omen smokes just weren't coming out in the right places to delay the retake, because as soon as the spike went down, XSET was there and they were ready to just rush onto site, and they were pinching hard. So I think that Northeastern Varsity needs to change up a little bit and pay a little bit more passive angles when defending a retake, or else they're going to get punished.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like this round, though, they're switching it up, going to be trying to go through A. Obviously, they're going to be at an eco disadvantage, and even Katsumi is able to lock down Garage, finds 2. Big Natex and JCN both go down, and suddenly any lurk information that was going to be found near B lobby is pretty much denied. There is still Snow there, looking for some more engagement, although not going to find any as Katsumi does back out. The other 2 players, along with the spike, locking it down in towards A main, more so in A lobby, but they're getting ready to push in, although no, they're going to back out, get that spike. They were just looking for some contact, and they didn't find it, so they're getting ready to move towards B.
And it looks like the entirety of XSET is moving towards A site, trying to get that stack over there, and the alarm bot was holding it, was able to find it, and they see that uh XSET's Bunny Bee was rushing over.
Ooh.
But Katsumi gets
Katsumi or ace potential, and they get it. Katsumi finds the ace onto all of the players. Of course, the first 2 kills came through in B Garage early on in the round. A little bit of contact over in A main, and then they rotate back, and Katsumi mows them down.
the first ace of the tournament coming out in the second round of the day. Honestly, that was a great hold from Katsumi. Peeking with the turret, able to pick off the first, especially with the gun advantage that they had. Now going into their bonus with nearly no deaths in that last round is going to really help their economy going into these next couple. But now we have a rifle round coming out from Northeastern.
It does look like Northeastern, knowing they have that gun advantage, just going to stack a little bit heavier in towards A main. Getting ready to pick up that orb, and now they're going to start this aggression. Maybe try and find some contact. Bit of smoke, gonna deny it. Still, though, they're going to commit. Looks like Paranoia comes through from both sides, actually, and prevents Northeastern from pushing out. Now they start to do so, but Soto takes out no hacks. Bunny Bee is able to take out 3, and Orko takes out Soto, but not before going down in a collateral kill from that Marshall. It's now going to be a 1v4 for JCN. Locked. Suddenly, the gun advantage and player advantage entirely lost, and JCN, although taking out Bob before going down, is not going to clutch out the round.
Bunny Bee was able to dodge the recon bolt and got a little bit of chip damage from the KO molly, but the quick reaction times and especially that collateral hit, giving Bunny Bee the third on that, really shut down that push and just stuck him back in the stuck JCN in the back lobby and just killed the round for him. And they full bot, even though they had their SMGs from the last round, they full bot into a rifle round, and we see Bunny Bee with that operator on mid, so we're going to see what they're going to be able to pull out for this one.
Yeah, Northeastern sort of already lost for what to do, and Bunny Bee shutting down the eco, taking out no hacks, and Rise coming in through Cat, going to do just the same thing by finding 2 picks with the Vandal on top of their wall. A little bit of Grimwall action has returned with good value for Rise. We'll see if they can find anything else, but I don't think Northeastern's going to want to peek that. Getting ready to push towards B now, that turret has been placed down, so they know nobody's watching. They know they're not going to get just mowed down by Katsumi, at least not yet. And B site is entirely cleared out, except for that alarm bot, and as soon as that goes off, there will be a push coming in through mid.
I think one key factor here is they saw the alarm bot being placed down, so they knew they had to place it, but Katsumi...
Ooh. Alright, Katsumi takes out Snow, and JCN somehow able to trade it off, prevent the flawless round. This 1v4 going to be more than difficult to play around, and they're spotted by the dart, and Bunny Bee just able to take them out. The operator too powerful against an eco.
Nearly flawless round coming out here from XSET, making it a 4-0 lead on the defending side. The key factor that really won them the round was that early peek from Bunny Bee, and Rise, that double peek onto mid on top of the Sage wall. It threw them off, and they were caught off guard just out in the open in tiles, and they weren't able to get the picks they need, caught on off angles. I don't think they expected Bunny Bee to be that aggressive with the operator this early on, and especially not that grim wall, dare I say, from Rise up near Garden. I think that they just got caught off guard and they got pinched too hard, and that's what really cost them the round.
It's very clear XSET is smurfing a little bit in this game, and there you go. Bunny Bee going to find yet another pick with the op, swinging out through Garage. It's now going to be a 5v4, and Bob just... Okay, airy spam through the wall, and Orca goes down. Now the remaining 3 players for Northeastern sort of forced to go in towards A. They don't have lurking anywhere, so their vision is completely lost. You sort of just got to commit here, at least try and find some contact. If they do want to rotate, probably want to find a pick before they do so. Sort of caught out here, though. Really
it looks like XSET's a little bit scared. They don't know where the rest of Northeastern is. If you notice, they're not taking any more space on the map, except that Owl Drone was able to clear most of mid.
There you go, Bob. Able to take out no hacks as they try and find anything pushing onto the site, but they can't. And at this point, Big Natex and Snow going to have to decide, do we want to save? You got 40 seconds left. It really wouldn't make sense to do so. You probably want to play for some picks somewhere. Oh, but what a good recon dart. So XSET still knows they're there. Although Snow isn't spotted, they can be pretty confident there might be one in wine. That's exactly where Snow is. It just looks like they're going to
30
hold
seconds
this,
left.
playing for picks at this point.
And we might be able to see a flawless round coming out here if they're going to be able to pinch correctly. But both
Oh,
teams not wanting to make any mistakes. Sadly, Snow got caught off guard by Bob, shot through the wall, and now it's just up to Big Natex.
oh. Alright. Big Natex able to take out Soto, again preventing the flawless, but Bob, who is always a high performer for XSET, does just that in this round, getting 4 kills. And at this point, with a 5-0, this is not looking good if you are Northeastern. At this point, probably want to be taking a timeout, if I'm honest. Just try and figure anything out.
Yeah, I think that they really need to take a timeout and figure out what they want to do, because these slow pushes, and they're not committing. That's one thing that they're really not able to do very efficiently, is they're not able to commit for something and execute off of it effectively. And I think that's really costing them rounds here, because they're half peeking angles, they're half pushing into sights, and they're just giving up every room to XSET that they can.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tough situation that they're in here. It's very clear they just don't have as much experience on this map. XSET just knows exactly what they're doing. You can see their comfortability in every way that they play. I mean, the Hunter's Fury comes out, and it does find contact. Big Natex now down to half of their health, and unlike XSET, they don't have a healer. So just gonna have to stick with that. They do have a null command, a lockdown available from the side of XSET. They got a lockdown of their own, just trying to hopefully counter it, but no, that null command gonna prevent just that. But Bunny Bee able to take out no hacks, re-peeks, and Snow goes down, spotted by the dart, but not gonna get punished very hard. Still gets down a little bit, but look at Katsumi swinging in through door, takes out Orca and Big Natex. JCN through the smoke takes out Bob. They wanna res Big Natex, but they just can't. And Soto takes out JCN, and Big Natex falls as a result.
Something we saw there, Sleepy, that was a little bit different from the side of Northeastern, was they committed to A. Like, they got peaks and they got picked out on B lobby by that Hunter's Fury, and then they decided, we're going to rotate all the way over to A and we're just going to hit. But they just got stopped in their tracks. Like, they heard the operator there, the smoke was put down, it was spraying through it. They even dedicated the null command to it, but they just weren't able to capitalize off of the space, and they weren't blocking off angles, they weren't capitalizing, they weren't clearing anything, and they were over committing without the information necessary.
Look at this, Bunny Bee, with the help of the wall coming out from Rise, looking to maybe find a pick with the up-down mid, but they are unable to do so. A good smoke this time around, but still, as the push through mid tries to peek into market, no hacks is taken out. They go down in the hands of Katsumi. Katsumi has been a very powerful factor in a lot of these rounds, just locking down that B site. It does look like you see the side of Northeastern, they're just holding this place, and Big Natex able to take out Bob. Mid not going to be pushed into very easily by XSET. Big Natex finds 2, but look at that, XSET returns with 2. Now she's down to Big Natex to try. No, he can't take out the operator with his Sheriff, and Soto takes out JCN, and although looked a little bit promising, not enough Sheriff kills to result in a round win.
Yeah, that was a really good round. It was very well executed by Northeastern, but the aim just wasn't there. They were able to find 2 at mid, but they weren't able to close it out. Small eco damage coming out from Northeastern onto XSET would help in the long run if XSET didn't already have a cascade of round wins and economy just built up in their bank. It hardly damaged them, and they're going to need multiple round wins in a row to try and come back from this.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the biggest factors so far has been no hacks. The Duelist has not really found much of anything. Literally nothing. They have no kills. And I'm not going to put all the blame on the Duelist, as it is, you know, the offensive ascent. It's going to be difficult, but okay. Bunny Bee just mows them down in Garage at the op, finding a collateral kill. Snow able to trade it off, but Katsumi trades off Snow. It's now going to be a 2v4. The lockdown has come out on B. Look at that spike. It's all the way in there, but there you go. From the shadows comes out. Orca can pick it up. They're getting ready to push into A, which currently is completely open, although you do see Rise getting ready to rotate over.
Yeah, we see that they're still all posted up mid. I think they're all going to be, yep, it looks like they're all moving together as a whole, holding each other's hands. trying to work a little bit of space up into A. They don't want it to. They don't want to get caught out on a fake plant here, but they will hear the sound, and the plant does come out. And we're gonna see how they try and defend this 2v4.
I've seen 2v4 wins. I've seen 2v4 wins against XSET. The question is Northeastern going to be one of those teams that can do just that? I'm not so sure. Again, they've been struggling, and the remaining 2 players are the 2 players with the least amount of kills. No Hacks, again, still has no kills. This could be their opportunity to make something work. Recon Dart doesn't clear health, so they need to do it themselves, and Orca able to find a pick onto Kasumi. Not going to find any more, though. Oh, never mind. They do take out Rise, but Rise takes out No Hacks, and then Bob takes out Orca. Although it was a 2v4, and they get 2, it's not enough as they are traded off.
They weren't able to get as much damage early in the round. They weren't able to bring it down to a more favorable number. Maybe if it was a 3v2, it would have been fine. But the double hell play under rafters is not typically favored, especially when you're in a disadvantage, because if they all jump down at the same time, and it looks like we are seeing a timeout come from Northeastern Varsity. As honestly, I feel like the timeout came a little bit late in this game. It probably should have come out about 3 or 4 rounds ago. And I think that they really just need to work on their execution and clearing angles, because if they're not able to land their shots and clear angles effectively and trade each other out, they have no chance coming back in this.
Yeah, I am curious as to why Northeastern has taken so long to call this timeout. I mean, you're 8 rounds in, and you're not doing well. You're. I mean, obviously, I'm stating the obvious here. Northeastern just has not found any engagements, and like you said, they're not really putting themselves in the position to win those engagements. Like I said earlier, I just think XSET has so much more comfortability on this map, and I think that just shows the power of an established team. XSET's been playing together for much longer than Northeastern has. Northeastern is a bit of a newer team here, and so trying to compete against a team that knows what they're doing, very, very much so, you're just sort of out of your element here. And I'm not saying Northeastern is a bad team. It's just when you're up against a team like XSET that has done so well in so many higher level tournaments, you're not going to have the best time.
And I'm really interested to see what kind of new stuff they're going to be coming up with here. It seems like we're going back to a default like they did on the first round of this game, but now with rifles and a little bit more spread thin, probably going to try and get an early pick, and we'll see what happens here. But we have a one-way.
Soto gonna be able to take out Orca. An aggressive play out of A main to try and gain vision. Returns with 2 kills. That is absolutely what you want to be going on there if you are XSET. And now they can back up, defend A site. They got spiked down as well, and although, of course, Northeastern can pick it up, it gave so much vision to XSET as to where these players were thinking about going. They can be pretty confident the rest of the players are going to be mid or in A main, and you see them posting up 2 in A main and 3 and the operator on Bunny B watching the 3 pushing in mid. There you go, Bunny B gonna take out Big X. Up shot misses the second one, trying to swing it across. Don't find anything. Spike gonna be picked up, and these players can get out. But look at that, Sova Dart pings them, and Soto's able to take out JCN, and Katsumi takes out No Hacks. A flawless run as we're 9 rounds into the game.
Yeah, honestly, that was perfectly executed from XSET. After a timeout, you want to play a little bit more passively, especially if they're trying to cook up some either aggressive play or trying to pull off something fancy. Playing a little bit more passive like they did can really help out, like holding their ground. Like Bunny B didn't move from mid that entire round, was just waiting for them to rotate through there, waiting to get a pick. And one thing you'll notice from XSET, that Northeastern Valley isn't doing is they're playing together. Northeastern Valley, they're just not getting the trades that they need to.
Oh, and look at that. The Odin spam finds 2. What a good use of recon util, and Bunny B is also able to swing out and find 2 as well. It's just down to Orco with a Guardian. I mean, what can you do here? Force this round, trying to maybe find something, but the choke point of B Garage shuts them down.
Yeah, honestly, that was an unlucky spray onto No Hacks from Bob. That was just disrespectful, especially after a flawless round, to get another one right in the middle and alone. I mean, seeing that Odin spray come out on B main is it's a classic. It happens all the time, but oh, it just shut it down. They're not allowing for the duelist of Northeastern Valley to move up at all and create any space, and they're just not able to capitalize off of it. And XSET just mows them down right after.
I think there's a reason this map is defense-sided, and it's those choke points. Katsumi trying to prove that as No Hacks runs in, they're shut down. They don't even get to dash onto your site to try and clear it out. And that does leave the rest of the team to try and push on without any use of their duelists. And although they're able to get onto the site, Bunny Bee takes out Orca, and Sova Dart helps Katsumi take out Big Natex. Although Snow and JCN are able to find some picks before going down, making it a little bit closer, a little bit more dangerous there for XSET, but they do still win with 2 players left alive.
Yeah, Sleepy. I think the main issue there was the No Hacks used the dash way too early, getting through main, trying to push up a little bit quick. And I understand the idea there is you wouldn't expect them to be able to go through the door that quickly. And looks like they're leaving an operator in spawn. Interesting move there from XSET, but they were just able to sit back and funnel the entirety of Northeastern Varsity through lane, and they just had a microwave set up with darts, and it just absolutely melted them as we're seeing the null command come out.
There it is. Ooh, look at this. They're pushing towards A. Soto shuts them down, finding 2 picks. Bunny Bee able to get a pick as well. Bob gonna do just the same, and Soto with 3 kills in the round takes out Orca to finish it off. And I'm gonna be honest, we might be looking at a 13-0.
Yeah, I agree with you, Sleepy. Here we might be looking at a 13-0 for the first game, and this is a best of 1 series here, so there is no chance after if and most likely when XSET wins this match, Northeastern Varsity won't be able to have a chance to redeem themselves in a map 2. This is the only chance they get. But now they're on defense, and XSET has a more defensive-sided team, but with the coordination coming from them and just a 5-man slam, it looks like, coming out towards A, it seems like it might end in a 13-0 victory here.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe Northeastern goes on the insane 12-round win streak required to try and take it to OT to win this map. To be fair, XSET 112 on their defense. Maybe Northeastern can do the same. Time, XSET on their offense, getting ready to push in towards A. They're just rushing in right through, and you do see it was read pretty well by Northeastern. They got quite a few stacked up in the tree, trying to deny it, but no. The wall, though, gets destroyed. Does a good job for momentarily, and Bunny Bee ends up getting a collateral headshot. JCN takes out Bunny Bee, but Bob takes out 2 as well. It's down to JCN in a 1v4 to try and prevent 13-0. They take out Rise. What can you do? And they get taken out by Orca. Or sorry, by Soto to finish it off. And that's a 13-0 victory for XSET. Listen, their GC2 performance may have been a little bit disappointing, but they come into the Alliance Stellar Series absolutely dominated.
Absolutely. That 13-0 victory on Ascent, although Ascent is the oldest map in the game, everybody knows it. There are some teams that just know how to work it in and out and know how to exploit every little bit of it, every nook and cranny they use, and the sheer will that they have to win that match. They trusted each other. They were able to trade each other back whenever they got picked off, and they just held their ground. They trusted that their teammates on the other sides would be able to handle whatever push came on their own, and when they saw 5-man, they all rushed in and they just sweeped it as a team. And that last pistol round right there that got them the 13-0 victory, by the time the spike was down, it was still a 5v5. It was like both teams had all their players ready for a retake, and it was honestly wild to see the collaterals that we were getting, the double kills, and the jumping right click from the classic from Soto was crazy.
Yeah, I think for a minute there, we just saw a little bit of Northeastern. Again, I said it so many times, but they just didn't seem comfortable on the map. It was very clear XSET knew how to execute on the map. They knew how to play a good retake, or even a site hold. They didn't ever have to retake, but I imagine if they had to, they would have been able to do so. It's very clear they just know what they're doing on the map. And again, it's partially because they've been around for so long, and also partially just because this team has very clearly practiced this map a lot versus Northeastern, which I think was just sort of this newer team wasn't as prepared to fight on Ascent, and I think that definitely became a factor here. In any case, I'm excited to see if XSET can, make a name for themselves here in this tournament, and I think that type of 13-0 may just be that.
I think it really sets the pace for this tournament. They're really gonna, that's what every other team in this tournament is gonna try and live up to. They're gonna always try and get that 13-0 victory. Although most of the time it won't happen, but I'm really excited to see the kind of competitiveness coming out of these teams in this tournament. And we are going to be going to break, waiting for our next game to come in. So we'll see you in a minute.
All right, I think we're.
Calling your name got me falling through visions again, but I'm not to blame. Caught in a frame, empty spaces that drive me insane. You're calling my name. I'm not to blame. Trying to go back in time and I'm thinking, did I lose sight of what I was chasing? Could I ever hold on to you through the changes, or am I foolish for still reminiscing? Would you stay with me, even if I don't look back? Would you still be there? Would you stay with me, even if I don't look back? Would you stay with me? Even if I don't look back, would you stay with me? Even if I don't look back. I hear your name, and my mind gets all blurry again. It feels like I've changed. I'm lost in this frame, in this picture I'm trying to paint. You're calling my name. Trying to go back in time and I'm thinking, did I lose sight of what I was chasing? Could I ever hold on to you through the changes, or am I foolish for still reminiscing? Would you stay with me, even if I don't look back? Would you still be there? Would you stay with me, even if I don't look back? Would you stay with me? Would you stay with me? Stay with me. Stay with me. Stay with me, even if I don't look back. Would you stay with me? You just get up and leave in the breeze. Why'd you leave?
Picked up a dandelion, you had me mesmerized. So pretty, just when I start to like it, you just get up and leave in the breeze. Why'd you leave?
Here today, gone tomorrow, temporary. What is this? Gotta be temporary. The day you left, it felt like death. You're all I need.
Picked up a dandelion, you had me mesmerized. You and me, so pretty. Just when I start to like it, you just get up and leave in the breeze. Why'd you leave? Picked up a dandelion.
Here today, gone tomorrow, temporary. What is this? Gotta be temporary. The day you left, it felt like death. You're all I need.
Picked up a dandelion, you had me mesmerized. So pretty, just when I start to like it, you just get up and leave in the breeze. Why'd you leave? Picked up a dandelion, you had me mesmerized. You and me. If it were up to me, we'd take my brother's car down boulevards and wander endlessly. Oh, can't you see? If it were up to me, you'd be my Valentine, my ride or die, my technicolor dream. You pulled me out of a crowded room, told me you'd never seen eyes so blue, eyes so blue. Sometimes I'd rather fly to you. Do we go through the motions? Is it bad timing? Are we thinking one track minded? Tell me there's a silver lining. I see you and I'm still excited. It's just bad timing. It's just bad. It's just bad. Is it bad timing? Are we thinking one track minded? Tell me there's a silver lining. I see you and I'm still excited. It's just bad timing. It's just bad. If it were up to me, I'd keep that torn up shirt, the red collar, and wear it every week. Oh, can't you see? If it were up to me, I'd be your wonderland, so pretty as I'm singing you to sleep. Is it bad timing? Are we thinking one track minded? Tell me there's a silver lining. I see you and I'm still excited. It's just bad timing. It's just bad. Is it bad timing? Is it bad timing?
Welcome back to the first day of the Stellar Series tournament hosted by Project Alliance. And for our next game, we have Imperium Neo versus Equinox on the map Pearl. We have Equinox starting on attack and Imperium Neo starting on defense. And one thing we do have to keep in mind here is these two teams are going to be playing very competitively because they have something to prove here. If they lose here, they're knocked out of the tournament completely on day one.
Yeah, I don't think anybody wants to go home, especially during the group stage. You want to make it to the playoffs. And for both of these teams, they've got a big battle ahead of them because well, it hasn't been great for them. All right, I'm gonna be honest. A lot of the games today, of course, we just saw 13-0, which I think was a pretty good example of how a lot of the games have been going. A lot of the games have been decently dominant in the favor of the team that wins. For example, these past two teams just had a 13-4 and 13-2 happen to them respectively. So they're in a bit of in a tricky situation here. They definitely didn't perform great in their past two games. So both of these teams want to be able to say, no, we're still a team to be messed with. Now, of course, this is still a best of one, and we will be on Pearl. We're gonna end up having Equinox on attack and Imperium on defense.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see on Pearl specifically, what I see a lot out of competitive and competitive esports is a double controller composition that comes out here. Typically, that happens to be Viper and Harbor. So I'm really interested to see what what these two teams are going to have in store for us when it comes to strategies. And Pearl is one of the newer maps to the competitive scene other than Lotus. So a lot of strategies still have to be devised here, especially since the new map updates made it so that B is a lot harder to just plant the spike and play for long is almost a guaranteed victory. And then only going A when you have big ultimates to play out. But I think that there's a lot of potential on Pearl here for a lot of outplays and a lot of mind games.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And running double controller is, of course, to help counter some of those longer angles. And of course, Pro is just a big map in general, so you need a lot more control, especially on defense. Having two controllers mean you can gain pretty good control over the whole map rather than just one side of the map like you might have with a controller typically. And so, yeah, I definitely agree that typically we want to see double controller on this map. We also sometimes see some weird comps with the duelists. Some teams like to pull out things like Yoru or Neon. We've seen a few different times in a few different areas of play. So I think it'll be interesting. I think, of course, for these two teams who struggled in their past two games, it's really going to be down to just going with what they're comfortable with and assuming that they're comfortable with it. They should have the strats behind that, the executes behind that, the practice behind it to be able to put in the effort to win this map. It's a difficult position for both of these teams to be in. I've never been in a situation where I'm going to be eliminated from my chance to $500 prize pool, so I don't know what kind of nerves they're going through, but it can't be easy for any of them.
Yeah, and just as we finish off there, we're hopping into the agent select. I think what we're gonna find is more flash initiators, such as Sky, as we're seeing from Bulake right there. Seeing a Viper being hovered, Killjoy, Killjoy, and Sky are pretty big picks on here. I don't think I've ever seen Astra being used in a tournament on Pearl. That's really an interesting pick there, coming out from Equinox on Biggie Cheese. It looks like we might have another Astra coming out from the defense, or just all of them hovering controllers. We do have the Harbor. That was an expected pick coming out here. I wouldn't be surprised if they changed up and locked in a Viper. Omen would be an interesting pick here with the outplay potential, but both teams have a Killjoy, both teams have a Jet, and so far both teams do have a wall now, both with a Sky. There's a lot of potential here. There's going to be a lot more stalling potential on the side of Equinox, which is really not going to be favorable for them when on the attacking side, because the Viper is more favorable on defense, as we do see get locked in by Imperium. Double wall setup coming in from Imperium, and smoke and wall from Equinox, but the rest of the team composition is going to be exactly the same. So I'm really excited for this match.
Yeah, a very similar team comp, other than, like you mentioned, Harbor over on the side of Imperium and Astra over on the side of Equinox. Now, I know you said you've never seen Astra, but you probably have. Astra's decently common on Pearl, especially when we're talking about that B post plant. Oftentimes, you get an Astra to help play a little bit of that util to play some time after that spike has gone down, just to keep them off of the spike. We see Astra a lot. And then, of course, there's still a controller, so they can do some good controller things, and they also have a pretty decent range. You know, they're not locked to one side of the map like sometimes Omen. If you're far enough away, you can't get all the way across. Or Brim, of course, is a very limited scope of vision. So Astra's got quite a bit of range, and when you're using that in combination with the Viper, you can definitely get some good information. It looks like here we're going to be having Equinox starting on the offense, getting ready to push through mid.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to try and make mid the main focus of this match. And we are seeing a lot of presence on A short coming out from Imperium, but we're having very, very quiet lurks coming out. And we're going to have maybe a dog coming out here to scan, and maybe going to see them pick up Butera from Imperium.
Looks like Imperium was expecting a big A push, but they don't find anything there as Equinox gets ready to push through mid, and they're into Art. Skydog allows them to stun Butera and take them out. They're going to start this off in a 5v4 for Equinox, looking to try and dominate this map just like they were dominated pretty heavily on their previous map. They want to be able to do that here, and it looks like Equinox is going to get ready to move through Connector, where they're pretty deep into, and get ready to push towards B, where they've had Insana lurking down long. Yeah, it looks like Equinox is going to get ready, very slowly creeping in through mid.
It's a really interesting scenario here because Imperium is all the way up in the attacker's spawn, but they are going to be able to pinch and catch them off guard as the spike does go down.
Yeah, it looks like we had a bit of an engagement there in B link, and it actually evens out. Can't back up as Crystal goes down. They lose a duelist. Ooh, Sinek is able to take out Bullock. Hey, and then Yuki takes out Biggie Cheese, but look at that, Insana able to take out Imperium of Vix, sorry, and now it's going to be 2v3. Ooh, and Careless is able to take out Insana, making it now a 1v3 for Decay to try and play post plant. Wallbang head tap onto Sinek. Now a 1v2. Down to 40 HP though, not going to do a whole lot here, and Careless going to finish them off.
That was a really interesting play there from Equinox. They were able to take full mid connector control, including straights, and they worked up, and they did have the advantage right off the bat, but unfortunately for them, they got pinched on the B long. It is really hard to defend post plant when you have multiple people coming up from flank on B long, as we just witnessed. And on pistol round, when it comes down to those long range fights, having ghosts and sheriffs will heavily cripple those only rocking pistols for close range engagements. And we really saw just precise play by Imperium, able to hold that off.
Yeah, looks like Equinox is going to be moving in towards mid once again, which is what they did in the previous round, although this time they're at a pretty severe gun disadvantage. They'll be able to get in, and although there's an airy span comes through a little bit too late. Crystal's already managed to get through. He's now in connector, getting ready to push in towards Art, joining the rest of their team, and they're going to get ready to push in towards A. And Senna is coming in through main. The take-up site has started. Snack with the Killjoy usual to try and slow them down. Ooh, Spectre doesn't find anything. Big whiffs, and Decay punishes. Decay also going to be able to take out Vix, now making this a 3v5 for Imperium.
Yeah, that 3v5 situation really isn't good, especially since they were able to pick up 2 Spectres. Holding down this post plan is not going to be good, but Butera finds the hand right next to the wall. Yuki able to get the spray through the wall.
Yuki's able to take out Decay. Well, now it's going to be 3v3. It's been evened out. Careless able to take out Insana. Got rid of those guns that were in this player's hands. He's just down to Crystal, able to take out Yuki. And they get finished by Careless.
Yeah, another close victory here from Imperium. Like, they're able to get the trades off in the post plant. They're able to retake fairly quickly and leave them enough time to safely defuse the spike. And that's one thing that they have, it seems like they have locked down, is timing. They know when they have to execute on the retake, and they know how they have to do it specifically. It seems like they've played this map together probably several times before in order to find the weak spots, especially with those close angles. A lot of them, their gun points sticking out, as we saw Butera get the kill and punish that gun just hanging right out in the open. So it seems like they're going to be able to abuse that, but it also seems like mid is going to be the focal point for Equinox on Pearl. But we're going to have to see how Imperium is going to respond to this, as they seem to be located all the way across onto the sites, but they kind of rotating back, going to try and play more as flex and less dedicated to the sites, as both sides are playing very, very far back.
Looks like now Equinox, after quite a bit of time, is getting ready to push in towards A. It's down to Imperium to prevent the push in. Crystal's Phantom, a little bit too powerful for Sinek, although Butera does trade it off before going down, preventing the flawless, but they are still up a player for Equinox, so Imperium's going to have to put in the work to try and make this retake a reality. As that spike has gone down, 2 players in main just going to play post-plant. They got that Astra util, they got that Killjoy util. It's going to be difficult, but K able to take out Vix. Careless, though, trades it off, and Yuki takes out Decay. Suddenly, it's a 2v2. We do have in through Art. Careless able to take them out. It's now going to be a 1v1 here. Biggie Cheese and Careless. Missing counter. Spike tapped again. R2 and what on earth was that?
Whoa.
Biggie Cheese. Bit of a whiff there. Not even looking at Careless as Careless finds
It's
the
gonna be
headshot.
close.
Is there time? No,
Oh,
there's not,
just
with
barely.
0.21 seconds remaining.
Oh, just barely lost on that retake. That was honestly a very, very bold dash coming in from Careless to get that final kill onto Biggie Cheese, but it was just barely too late. 0.21 seconds were left on that spike. It was... I thought it was going to be a 0.0 something. It was super close, and it looks like Equinox is switching up their strategy just a little bit, going to be going a little bit towards A, mostly together, with a Viper waiting back in spawn for a late lurk, trying to make it so that mid isn't the focal point of their strategy, but Imperium already adapted to that and started making it their focus of attention just in time for them to change it up.
Push through main. Look at that. Butera gonna mow them down using Viper Molly, help themselves out a little bit as well. There's 3 players down just to start it off, and suddenly any push Equinox wanted to make happen in this round to try and secure this round is just not going to be possible. The Sheriff's not going to do much else here. Sinek takes out Biggie Cheese, trying to prove that. And Senna now with just a Sheriff left in a 1v5, trying to prevent the flawless round if they can. Coming in through mid, watching, making sure nobody's flanking. They're about to get pinched here. 2 coming in through Art and 2 through B-Link. They swing into B-Link, and the operator on Careless shuts them down.
Honestly, that was perfect play from Imperium there. They figured out that mid was a focal point for Pearl, as seen in multiple tournaments from Valorant Professional and Tier 2, Tier 3. A lot of the focal point of Pearl is mid, because it seems like whoever has mid seems to have control over the entire map, because there's so many places you can pinch from. There's 4 entrances onto every single site, so it gets really, really difficult to defend if you control mid, as that gives you about 3 different entrances onto different sites. Information is key, and it looks like Imperium is sticking with that same strategy going into the next round and trying to control with that operator. But we got a fast push here coming from Equinox.
And Sinek gonna try and shut that down, able to find a pick in the process. This buy needs to go well for Equinox, or they could suffer a very similar fate to that first map they played on today. Ooh, what on earth? Crystal pushing in towards CT, gets concussed by the dog. And Yuki punishes. Yuki also gonna be able to take out K. Vix takes out Cheese, and the flawless round comes through as Sinek takes out Insana, and the defuse can follow suit.
Yeah, and a little bit of a BM there from Butera, pulling out the mollies and mollying herself with the Viper snake bite. A little bit of a BM coming out here, going into the 4-1 lead for Imperium. And 4 ultimates coming online for Imperium for retakes coming in here pretty soon, and only 1 ultimate point away for Butera. While also the counter Viper ultimate will be coming out in just 1 as well, but almost 5 ultimates to work off of. It's going to be really difficult for Equinox to pick it up, especially here on an eco round with Sheriffs and Classics.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Equinox. It's looking very similar to that first game we casted today, where there's just a very clear dominance from one of the teams. It just seems Imperium knows what they're doing on this map, To be fair, Pearl can sometimes be defense-sided, but Equinox should still be able to find a few of these rounds. They've been able to get the spike down. They just can't defend it well enough, excluding that one time that they did defend it well enough, although they did all die that one round that they did end up winning. Butera able to take out Bullock as they are pushing in towards mid. Butera is able to find a pick, but they do go down. So it's traded off, and a Phantom can even be handed over to Biggie Cheese. It's now going to be a 4v4. Still even down. It does look like Equinox is now just going to play a little bit of time.
Yeah, and Imperium, they're playing a little bit more passive because they know that they don't want to give up any room for them to breathe, especially on a broken buy like the one Equinox is on right now, especially since they picked up a Phantom from Imperium, but they're kind of gathering outside of Art, maybe looking to hit a site, but they're going to be running into an alarm bot here, and also the stacked site here from Imperium going to get peeked here, but Crystal able to get one, and it looks like as multiple ultimates come out. Oh my gosh, Careless.
Very nice shot from Careless. These ults have started to come out from the attackers. There's so many ults to play in this round, especially on the side of Imperium, who has all of the ults currently available. And there you go. You got the Harbor Reckoning coming out to try and help us retake. Cosmic Divide makes it difficult, and then Senna going to show perfectly why that Cosmic Divide went down, although Careless is able to take out Biggie Cheese to make it a 2v2. But look at that, Yuki nearly caught out. Ooh, what a chaotic situation as Senna gets run down now in a 1v2. Yuki's low, but if they get swung by the jet, they may not be able to do anything, and they don't even hit a shot as Careless takes Teke down.
An insane round from Careless coming out of there with a flick shot, stopping the push, showing dominance with the knives and a 3K to end the round off. They are showing pure dominance in this match. I mean, Careless going 12-0, hasn't died a single time, has max credits, buying everyone on their team, being a little piggy bank, and just showing complete dominance with that operator on defense, just jumping around the map. I mean, Equinox has no idea where they're going to peak next and if the operator is going to be there. It's making them really freak out. But I think Imperium's going to be switching up here a little bit, going to go for a little bit more of an aggressive play onto the B site. Probably going to get a harbor wall there, Sky Flash, and the dash up from Careless. Going to try and take a little bit of aggression, but Equinox is going back to start taking a little bit more room mid, going through all these walls and smokes. We'll see what they have to do here.
Be their first B hit in a while, going in through mid, getting ready to push their B link, and oftentimes those B pushes have sort of just been denied, which I think is why they haven't really been going for B, because when they try and go mid, they get shut down pretty quickly. But this time around, they're going to go down B link and pull out the Viper's Pit. Two ults available for Imperium, and look at that, Yuki just pushes through the smoke, able to take out Bullock and Crystal. Vix takes out Biggie Cheese as well, and Senna, Viper, not dead, as they do end up finding the pick onto Yuki, but it's a 2v4, and then Senna does go down, leaves none other than Teke in a 1v4, coming down long. They're going to be caught out and cubby by this op. Ooh, the op shot misses, and Teke punishes. Now it's a 1v3.
Teke threw the op off the map. That was actually a smart play from them. Can try and damage the economy just a little bit more, but a lot of stalling is coming out here. That's why most teams do pick Harbor. We might get a save out here from Teke as the spike is down and everybody is just lined up in a crossfire. Teke seems to want to opt out for a save here, save the Vandal and the minimal credits they have left going into this next round. I mean, 12 seconds on the clock. Not really anything you can do, but
10 seconds left.
I mean, play for anybody trying to push up aggressively. But the push that they did, all funneling out of the streets, was really not the play they wanted to go for there. They really should have split and pinched simultaneously to try and catch any defenders off guard with a crossfire. That's really one issue with Pearl, is a lot of people will try and rush down one of the lanes or take mid control. But as soon as you do that, you're going to get pinched and flooded from all the angles because the defense is so spread out that they all just tend to come from different angles. And if you don't hit site, get the spike down, and then hop off site and play more passive angles, like playing up B long and watching your flank with a Killjoy turret, you're going to get caught out in the open and you're going to get punished for it.
Yeah, and I think that's why in a lot of pro matches you see a lot of rounds in Pearl go so long. It's because they try and make contact and back out, try and make contact and back out. Here we do see, look at that, Equinox is able to make contact in mid, although a harbor wall does prevent them from seeing very much. They still find a pick. Careless is op, though, going to deny much else, as they do find an op pick of their own onto Crystal. Now it's going to be a 4v4. So
Both
Equinox
teams
is
seem
getting
to be
ready.
slowing
Looks like
down.
towards B Link, and Vic goes down. Now it's going to be 3v4 for Imperium.
Both teams slowing it down, trying to jump peek, get as much information as they can, especially in the disadvantage of a 3v4. Killjoy still holding down that ace site, while Careless moved over. Is up on Heaven, trying to, or not Heaven, but below, trying to catch anybody off guard, but all the smokes in the walls denying any vision. But Yuki is ready here to catch somebody there and gets one. Will they get two? Wasn't able to find it, but Careless with the operator going 13-1. We'll see what they can pull off on this retake. 2v3 in favor of Equinox for one of the first times in this half.
This could be a very, very good round for Equinox. The lockdown comes out, trying to help push these players offside, but look at that. Bolo K is actually able to take out Sinek. And although they won't go to destroy the lockdown, it does make it a 3v1. Nope, Careless jumps down, so it's only one player advantage now. Lockdown expires. Oh no, Biggie Cheese has been caught. Look at this, Careless is just holding it, and they're going to be able to, and although they go down and lose the op, they still get the round.
They're winning 7-1, have a 6-round lead now. It's gonna be really hard for Equinox to pick up a little bit more momentum, although they do seem to have almost a fullback coming out here. But the economy of Imperium is just too strong. Even though they lost the op that round, Equinox didn't pick it up because they knew that op on offense, especially if they're not hitting B and playing for long, really isn't a good idea. So they opt to just go for Vandals and a Bulldog. But Careless is just absolutely wilding out mid with the operator once again. Gonna try and find an early pick. But both these teams seem to have a lot of aggression, but Equinox just has a hard time capitalizing off of it. It seems like they're just indecisive about what they want to do, but they're trying to get a little bit of information as the dog comes out. But there's ultimates ready to be played by Imperium, and the Seekers are online for Equinox if they want to gain a little bit more information. But the Viper's Pit is online for Imperium if they ever want to stop an ultimate or stop a execute. And I think that's what they're going to be playing for now. I think they're playing a little bit more passive, trying to get them to get onto site and ult, use the Viper's Pit in order to clear out a bunch of space, because not a lot of people, when they're doing retakes, want to just stick into the pit. But it looks like we will be seeing a heavy execute coming out here on the B site. What seems to be going down here?
It looks like Equinox is going to be able to get onto this site. Yuki able to take out Biggie Cheese to try and prevent that spike from going down, and does just that. And Senna is able to take out Buterin. Crystal takes out Vix. Another round where the player advantage is in the hands of Equinox as this spike goes down, and it does. Now it's going to be 4v3. The op shot is rung through, but it does miss. They're just trying to figure out how to play this, and they're able to take out Decay. Suddenly, player advantage gone. Look at this. Careless gonna pull out the shorty to clear out Paul. Sinek able to take out Insena. But look, A is alone now in a 1v2, and Sinek finishes them off.
Sinek really got an amazing play there. Got a flank, or got an off angle, and was holding across with a couple players there, and was able to just mow them down and clutch out the round. But one thing that we see from Careless is they're true to their name. They are Careless. They have been jumping out of heaven and hitting those jump shots with the operator, jumping around, hitting with the shorty, just running it down. The Careless is the definition of a W key jet, and I think that's the aggression that's really throwing Equinox off their game, because Careless is playing more like an attacking jet than a defender, because normally they'll stick and they'll, you know, hold on to sites a little bit more, but Careless is floating around the map super quickly. As we are seeing a little bit more aggression as the Viper's Pit comes out in art. Will they push into it, but they might be pushing in the streets as the dog comes out trying to get some info, but it gets destroyed before it can spot Sinek. Well, are they expecting mid to be stacked once again? They are falling back as the spike is just kind of laying towards A site. And it looks like they know that A site is a little bit weak.
Yuki able to take out Crystal, prevent the push into A. Now it's a player down for Equinox. Yuki makes it another one. 5v3 now in the hands of Imperium. We've seen this before, and we're seeing it again. Question is, can Equinox come back from this? They're on a bit of a half buy. Their econ coming into this wasn't great. They spent a little bit here and there, but they wanted to be able to buy next round, so just came into this not the best guns, and we're starting to see that gun and shield difference play a bit of an impact. Looks like they still want to commit to A. They've cut down, even backed out a little bit. Now they're going back towards A. Ooh, guiding light gonna give some good vision. Imperium still knows it's an A hit. Look at this.
Put a wrench in their
Equinox still gonna be able to push
completely.
in here, getting. Spike goes down. Spraying through Art, trying to prevent that spike from going down, but it will go down. And now this retake and start. It is a 5v3. Yuki a little bit careless with the guiding light, ends up getting taken now. But the neck able to trade out too. Lola K goes down, Biggie Cheese goes down. It's down to Senna, who goes down to Butera.
That was an excellent re-execute onto the A site, because they weren't particularly expecting it, but as soon as the guiding light came out and tagged them, they were like, okay, we need to speed this up. We need to say now. And they put all their utility into it, and they got it down. They turned it from a 3v5 to a 3v2 in their favor. But unfortunately, Sinek was able to find 2 kills right out in the open, ego peeking, the kind of stuff that we love to see in these kind of retake situations. But one thing that really kind of threw me off was them committing to the A site after they got melted there. They knew the Viper was there. They knew the Sky was there, and they still committed. I feel like they should have backed off a little bit more, waited for more utility to be used as to scan, or to wait for a defender to push up a little bit too far, because Imperium is a very aggressive sided team. They're pushing up, they're getting as much information as they can, and it's securing them the rounds, but at some point they're going to get a little bit too antsy, they're going to push up, and they're going to get punished for it.
Yeah, it does seem as though this team on Equinox is I mean, I think they're just not playing at the peak of what they should be playing. Like you mentioned, they could have just waited for that guiding light to come out, but instead they decided to hold into a main, and then that guiding light came out. Like you said, they could have backed up, played a little bit more time, got some util usage from the opponent, and then gone in. I do question why Equinox has taken so long to call a timeout. They're down 9-1, and they're just now calling a timeout, trying to get the 9-3 curse on their side. I don't know if they'll be able to. If they do, get ready to start pushing down B main, start off this push. Careless there with an operator. There you go. Guiding light ends up coming out from Equinox. Completely blinds Careless, but still, Careless, ooh, just barely there. Sees Decay. Wants to find this pick so badly.
Hard scoping that angle. They're terrified to peek. But
Oh!
Decay!
Able to shut down the operator in Careless, and now Equinox is going to be able to start pushing onto the site. Look at this. Sinek in connector getting run down, ends up not having to take the engagement. Butera takes out Bola K, and Crystal's able to take out Butera. This attacker lockdown does such a good job of clearing out this site. Although, you look at it, Imperium wasn't even really on the site. You got a flank coming through from Vix, you've got 2 coming in through B-Link. Crystal takes out Yuki, Decay takes out Sinek, Biggie Cheese takes out Vix. 4 players up the line. That timeout definitely worked wonders for this team.
Yeah, they must have figured out some hole in the plan of Imperium, because they just gained a lot of confidence after that. Like the ego peak from Decay onto Careless on there, honestly, I believe was the reason they secured that round, because Equinox, after one of them gets picked off early on, especially from an operator, they tend to slow down and question themselves on whether it was the right decision. But as soon as that early pick came out, they decided, all right, we're committing, we're going, and we're not backing down. And that's the kind of energy we love to see in these tournaments. And I think that's why Imperium's going to be backing off a little bit more, playing a little bit more passive, because they know that Equinox is able to outplay them if given enough information.
Does look like Equinox this round pulls out the Cosmic Divide, once again using ults to try and split around. Reckoning ends up coming out. Ooh, and look at that. Trying to play off of it. Bola K goes down. Crystal's able to take out Butera. Vic's gonna find a pick as well. Careless ends up finding one in addition, and another one onto Senna. K coming in through B-Link. This point was a 1v4, able to take out Snack to make the 1v3, but really, what can you do here? Shut down immediately after a very powerful round win, although Takei able to take out Careless. That's that powerful player Takei was likely fearing. It's now just down to Vix and Yuki, try and prevent the 1v2 clutch.
It's gonna be really interesting to see what happens here, but
and
Yuki caught Takei on a timing, looking off towards that left. Really unfortunate, as we did see a lot of defending ultimates coming out there. We saw the Astro Wall coming in to get them onto site, but the Reckoning really kind of slammed them in their faces. And Careless jumping out, taking every peek that they can, just honestly staying true to the name Careless. They hopped out, ego dry peeking everything that they can, and they walked away with 2 kills before getting taken out. Unfortunately, this is the last round. They won't be able to get the 9-3 in. They won't be able to get the. They weren't able to get the 9-3 in there, but going in here on the pistol round, I think we're going to see heavy aggression here on A from both teams. But we'll see what happens and see if things can get traded out, and we'll see what Imperium can do here on the offense.
Guiding Light ends up coming out through a main from both sides. Doesn't really give vision too badly. Obviously, both teams know each other are there now. Does look like you see this. But okay, getting ready to try and find a pick. Ooh, smoke drops, and they're able to see so much. Down to just these 2. Now 3 in A main. Crystal finds 1. Snack able to take out Bella K, but Biggie Cheese shuts them down. Snack and Vix both go down. It's suddenly a 2v5, and these players who come through art and onto site are down to try and clutch out the round, but they can't. Crystal takes out Careless, Terra takes out Biggie Cheese, and Crystal shuts it down with the 3rd kill in the round.
An absolute firing line coming out from Crystal. 5 HP on that last kill, deadly with that Sheriff, and it's really interesting to see. It looks like Crystal's opting to buy a rifle second round rather than an SMG. So we're gonna see if they're gonna be able to capitalize off of that. But we are also seeing a Frenzy and a Sheriff coming out from the side of Imperium. Gonna try and push a little bit more towards the A. And Equinox seems to know that as it's the stacked site. Probably gonna get a Sky Flash in to scan, and it does. All 3 of them are now gonna play a little bit passive, peeking on the A site, and as expected, Crystal playing a little bit back on the long range with the rifle here. Gonna try and gather as much information as possible. Maybe get some chip damage and hopefully a kill off of this. But we're seeing a lot of utility coming out here, and we'll just go into the execute.
Oh, look at that. Crystal gonna shut them down. Biggie Cheese finds 2 picks. Bella K takes out Yuki. It's down to Butera to prevent the flawless, and they do just that before going down to the hands of Crystal. 4 players left alive makes it a decently solid round, especially for a little bit of a buy round going into a bonus.
That's going to be really... It's going to be weird going into this because they know that they have to have as much, as little of a weapon difference as possible from Equinox, because the Imperium is going on to a rifle buy. I mean, everybody knows that they're going to be going on to a rifle buy, whether they have light shields, a guardian, but the gun difference may hold a big issue for them, because if they lose this round, it'll be 11-4, and it could be really hard to recover from that, as you'd have to essentially force buy the rest of the game. And a lot of damage coming out from a snake bite.
Careless does take out Crystal, so this engagement down into A main suddenly going so well for Imperium. Equinox trying to shut it down. Look at that. Bella K holding inside of the Astra Smoke, but look at that. Now Imperium has backed off, getting ready to move towards B. It's going to be the Viper to be the first one to swing through. Spike in the hands of Sinek, watching in towards mid, making sure there's not going to be any flanks. And there won't be, as Imperium now gets ready to push in towards B. Although, speaking of flanks, look at that. Bella K has come all the way out of A main and is now in that offense spawn. So it could be an issue, although now they're backing out towards mid. If there's an alarm bot there, it'd be difficult to push through. But this time, Imperium getting ready to push towards B. What on earth was that? The turret got sucked out by the gravity well. It gets taken out as well. Now it's going to be Imperium to try and execute. They're still not on the site, and Biggie Cheese takes out Vix.
That was a big pick there from Biggie Cheese. Big pick there from Biggie Cheese, and I think that was a little bit of an interesting Killjoy tech coming out there. The turret slide, trying to pick up information, I guess. through the wall. And it looks like they're completely rotating and going back over to A. Only 12 seconds left in the round, but they're finally fully committing, and the spike will go down. But are they going to expect this massive pinch here? Bullock Hay.
Bullock Hay is able to take out Yuki. It doesn't deny the plant, but it does suddenly make the player advantage in the hands of Equinox. 4v3 coming through. Look at that. The Cosmic Divide already up, and it comes out. Takei is able to take out Sinek. Careless, though, is the story for this team. And Equinox, as they run with their knives out, and they get punished. Careless then wins the encounter with Insana. Suddenly, although that round looked maybe Equinox is going to win their bonus, they were not able to do so.
It was really unfortunate for Equinox because even though it was their bonus, a lot of their team members died in the previous round, so they had to full buy into this. So we're going to be looking at a semi-broken buy, like with light shields and even a Spectre coming in from Vix. As we have a full buy coming in from, I mean, nearly both teams, but 11-4, both teams have to force up. They have to secure that match point. And we're just going to have to see what they're going to be able to do here, because I feel like Equinox has to get a little bit aggressive. But Crystal getting the first blood.
So quick, the aggression through mid. It's rewarded, although it does end up getting traded off. So it's going to be a 4v4 here. So look at that. Snek's very low in HP. Although that Spectre no longer going to be a factor for Imperium, as of course they are down a player. So that Spectre can be traded off. But Lakay is able to take out Vix. Careless trades it off, but then Biggie Cheese trades off Careless. Suddenly, player advantage for Equinox. It's Imperium's getting ready to push through mid and in towards A through Art. May just be that Equinox knows exactly where they're coming from. Although you can see they're not hedging their bets. They're staying a little bit further back, trying to prevent sneaky rotate. You do see there's still
a lot of passiveness from Equinox. They want to preserve that player advantage, especially since there's two people that are able to hold down a site very well, the Viper and the Killjoy, able to have a lot of stalling potential, but they have no idea where anybody's at. But Biggie Cheese whiffed, so now they know where one is, and the spike will go down. Utility is going to be traded back and forth, but they're all grouped up outside of Flower and Secret. We're going to have to see how they're going to retake this. It's very interesting angles playing from Butera and from Sinek.
Shoot a clear out. Cubby. Now they're getting ready to push onto the site. Shirt comes out, try and spot some players. Biggie Cheese is able to take out Sinek. It's down to Butera in a 1v3. They take out Biggie Cheese. They take out Insana. Now a 1v1. Could be a 1v3 clutch. Suddenly a 1v1 is all that is needed. It's halved into K. Comes off it to take out Butera. Prevent the 1v3 clutch. And this round will go to Equinox. 12th round. Match point not secured quite yet.
Excellent play there from Takei. Saw that the snakebite didn't hit quite on the spike and still had an edge and was able to get it halved, and then hopped off at the perfect moment, just as Senna was just as Butera was going through the Viper's pit, got vulnerable, so it only took 2 shots to the body to end it off. I guess it was only 1. I believe Butera only had about 70 HP walking into that snakebite. Would have made it a 1 shot with the vulnerable. So heavy advantage there from Takei and perfectly played, but the spike was left in spawn. Butera going to go pick that up really quickly, and it looks like it's moving towards the stacked side of A. They might be showing a little bit of false presence here. Spike is moving mid. They might be wanting to go fake on B, but the Killjoy utility is probably going to be really, really difficult for them. Because we are seeing a couple pings outside of B main. They're trying to scramble to take back the map control they lost by letting Butera go back and get the spike. Both teams wanted to play this perfectly. They don't want to go on to. They don't want to go. They don't want to lose to an eco buy here. Imperium trying to just get quick picks, but Equinox holding their ground strong, trying to play for those long angles just as they should. May see some aggression coming in here.
Equinox got baited a little bit towards A off of that guiding light. You saw them shift way off of B, which does leave only 1 to defend. It's the Killjoy, and the util's been used. Oh, Crystal and Sinek meet each other in mid. Sinek did have the drop on Crystal, but the whiffed shot does prevent a kill. Now it's going to be a 5v4 here. Careless with the knives, able to peek into Hall, and Takei goes down. Looking for more, spraying a little bit through that Viper's pit with the knives, and whiffs all of them. Able to pick up the Vandal and Hall, though. no longer that big of a factor. But Lakay is able to take out Yuki before going down. 3v3. Senna opportunity to push into this Viper's Pit. Careless is able to take out Crystal, although Biggie Cheese just trade that pick off. The 2v2. Through the sound of the shots, they know where both of these players are, or at least the general area, and Vix takes out Insenna, who's trying to spray through with the Guardian. This Biggie Cheese has entered the Viper's Pit, taking out Butera. The pit drops. Completely unaware that Vix is on the other side of the site, and off of that, the round win will go to Vix, and that makes it a match point for Imperium. Tech pause coming through.
From the side of Imperium, and just to clarify, that's match and series point. If they win this next round coming in here, Equinox will not be going. Equinox will not be continuing on in the tournament, and Imperium will continue on and have to earn their place in the next game to qualify for the playoffs. And I'm not quite sure what the tech pause is for. I believe there was an internet issue. But I know that a lot of players are currently experiencing massive storm issues going on outside their house, including you, Sleepy.
Just a bit.
So it's not going to be uncommon to see either power or internet go out on some of these, and may have a couple issues running into the next couple of games. But we're hoping that it doesn't take too long. But let's just talk about Imperium's gameplay here. They have played it absolutely perfectly. They have crushed it. They have played passively when they needed to. They've gone aggressive when they wanted to take space. They've been playing it as they've done textbook plays here on Pearl. The mind games, the switching from playing on the sites to playing mid. I think they're doing a great job, as shown by their score, 12-5. They're up 7 rounds, and they're a match and series point. I really think they have a lot of potential here.
Yeah, judging by how dominant Imperium's looking right now in this series, I'm scared of the team that beat them, right? Like if they got destroyed pretty badly in their previous series, I believe it was 13-4, unless I am mistaken. Which
Correct.
is, yeah, it's a pretty dominant scoreline. So to then bounce back and go potentially 13-5 or 13-6, still decently dominant scoreline, definitely doesn't bode well for whoever has to face the team that ended up beating Imperium, because it's going to be difficult. Obviously, they're playing their match right now in the upper bracket. Loser is going to probably face Imperium, so there's potential for a rematch there. But they should be definitely a very interesting rest of this tournament. A lot of these teams are looking very, very strong. So many dominant scorelines already in this in this uh, in this day, just day one. It's the group stage, and we've seen 13-0s, we've seen 13-2, 13-4s, multiple very dominant score lines. So it's just interesting to see that some teams are just way above the rest, even if their ranks are pretty similar. It just goes to show that team play is very different from ranked play.
Yeah, when you have a couple teams that have a couple set pieces on the sites, like a KO knife, followed by mollies, followed by recon darts, that's able to clear out and set up the rest of your team. I mean, even from cross map, we saw that some Sova gameplay able to get some chip damage and get some scanning off from, I mean, the far back of mid on the Ascent in the last game that they got 13-0'd. It was perfect team play. And although the ranks, like, these are ranked matches that are matching against fairly similar ranked people. So if it's a dominance, it's strictly due to team play.
Yeah.
It is, if they're having an off day, then they have to make up for it using utility. But they have the ability to do that since it's all team play. There's nothing but communication in their comms. It's not solo queue, it's not duoing. It's a completely different world than competitive. I mean, even as we're seeing here, we're seeing stacks of crossfires. We're seeing a bunch of utility being used very precisely to gain information. And the team that beat Imperium, they may have to face them again in the next match in the bracket, depending on how the game the game after this goes, in order to qualify. So it really just depends. Even if they're similar ranks, maybe they're just not as dominant on one map, or maybe they are dominant on this map, but this team happens to have more experience. It's all up to how they play that day and what map it comes down to. because team composition is most of them are very similar. I mean, three or four of the same agents on this map. The only difference is there's an Astra versus a Harbor. That's the only difference there is. Not a lot of utility difference. So it all comes down to team play and how each agent's utility is being used.
Speaking of team play, XSET, who we just casted the previous match, has ended up qualifying for playoffs. I don't think there's any surprise there. Two very quick games for them. We also have Trigger Supremacy, who you may recognize from the first Project Alliance tournament, also going to be qualifying for the playoffs. So it's looking pretty good so far. Again, some teams looking more dominant than others. And again, like you said, that comes down to that team play. And it'll be interesting to see where these teams that we're seeing right now end up. Obviously, it's a lower bracket. These are the first two teams in the lower bracket of their group. And you win this, you still have to win another match in order to qualify. So it's a big uphill battle for these teams. But I mean, and honestly, if they look this strong, if Imperium ends up winning 13-5, for example, if they end up looking this strong moving forward, and into the next series, I'm honestly believing they may be able to qualify through this lower bracket of their group stage, and I'll be excited to see if they can do that, and I'll be excited to see if Imperium can end up qualifying for the playoffs. I'd be happy to see them there.
Yeah, I'd honestly, I'm really excited to see where XSET goes. Like going into the playoffs, I mean, we're going to be seeing crazy teams going into these playoffs. I mean, we saw XSET first game of the tournament that was streamed 13-0, the quickest game of the tournament, probably going to be the quickest game of this entire tournament. Um, I mean, they're going to be up against teams like Trigger Supremacy, which are pretty dominant, but and they are really good at team play. And the team that Imperium Neo lost to Yacht Club, I'm not sure what the score of that game was, but they might have to face them once again in the next match, or they might have to face Avail Reserve. Both of these teams, I mean, even in this game, Equinox is showing that they know what they're doing, but they're just not able to execute off of it as well as Imperium is. They have better communication, better timing, and probably just more practice with each other.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a story I've seen so much, especially in these sort of below even tier 3 types of competitions. Is sometimes it's just down to the team that clearly has played well with teammates, right? Like it's like even just understanding how to put together good team chemistry is sort of what can make the difference. And especially in these smaller tournaments where oftentimes you may be going up against teams that were formed a week ago or just a few days before the tournament started and didn't have as much time to prepare each map individually. And so then you've got teams that are more well established. Again, point to XSET, and you'll see them do much better than a lot of the teams just because they have a lot better team chemistry. They are a lot more of an upstanding type of team because they've been secured in their play. They've been playing for so long, is what I'm trying to say. So it'll be
Absolutely.
interesting to see if these teams can sort of work up to that as the tournament progresses. Obviously, it's just a few days. You're not going to see a big jump from day 1 to day 3, but it could still be an opportunity for these teams to show, even if they're on a team that just formed or that doesn't have as much chemistry together, they can still put something together. It does look like we may be getting close to the end of this tech pause, unless
Some players are
um,
having weather-related power and internet issues, as kind of stated previous. But until the end of this tech pause, let's see. Not quite ready just yet, but until the end of this tech pause, we are going to throw to a short break until everything gets sorted out.
yeah.
We are having not very many issues, but I think the power got restored on whatever player had the issue. But we're excited to get back into this game.
It's like getting ready to unpause it. Obviously, it's weird. I always hate when tech pauses happen when it's match point for one of the teams because it's like you may wait 10 minutes just for the match to end. But hopefully, maybe there was an enough time in that break that Equinox was able to work something out. Obviously, probably not going to be talking to the coaches during that time, but you never know. Um, just I mean, they need it. Let's be honest. If they're gonna if they're gonna need something, it's probably a decently sized break, and it's not them who had the tech issue as well. So that means they get even more time to work it out. So um, I'm very excited to see if uh, if Equinox can bounce back here. It looks like we're getting ready to come out of this tech pause. Waiting for the timer to start back up here. Here we go. Timer
Well,
has been unpaused, and let's get ready to start the match.
seems like we are seeing a little bit more play here towards mid. Um, gonna have the players from Imperium posted up inside of Art, as well as the Killjoy turret watching doors. I really think that they're gonna have to be super aggressive here from Equinox in order to make it work.
Yeah, I think they're just gonna have to turn up, and honestly, we sort of see that coming out as they're all coming in through mid. Imperium not going through mid, going in through A. Reckoning comes out, Cove comes out, the spike goes down. Very quick execution, and it's rewarded as the spike gets down. No picks for either side, so it's gonna be a 5v5 post plant. We'll see how these teams end up playing this. It looks like maybe Cosmic Divide going to come out from Equinox. Seekers come out. I'll tell you that much. And Lockdown comes out as well from the side of Imperium. Careless able to take out Crystal. Bujitera takes out Bola K. And all of a sudden, a very quick execution on that retake is denied. And 13-5 coming out of the timeout, like I said. Yeah, very quick end to that series. It's a bit of a disappointing scoreline. I was hoping for a closer match, but at the very least, it was still exciting, especially if you're a fan of Imperium.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Imperium, their executing ability is insane, especially since Equinox was really crippled there on a save buy on series point. Really was unfortunate for them, but they were able to rush in quick and they were able to hop. They were able to try and hop off a spike, but the lockdown Imperium just didn't care. They ran in there and they just got all the picks and they did what they had to do. It really was. I mean, there isn't a lot of analyze you can do on that. They hit their shots, they took the right peaks, used the correct utility, and it was a perfect match. Even after that tech pause, I know they had some issues in there. Not really much we can do about it. But they came back. The Equinox had time to talk to each other. Even though during tech pauses you're not allowed to talk to your coach, they had a minute to calm down, get the mental, let the adrenaline die down just a bit, and think about what they needed to do differently. But unfortunately, it didn't really work, and they just got overwhelmed. And that is a serious point on Pearl. Man, what Sleepy, what do you think happened there on that
I
last
mean,
round?
it's careless, all right? It's carelessness from Equinox, but it's also careless the player, the Jet going 25-8. Absolutely insane display of skill with that operator coming out. I mean, it was impressive. Sometimes you see Jets struggle a little bit to find very much value, but honestly, both Jets didn't really disappoint in that regard. But Careless especially was very good at finding those picks when they needed to. And it's one of those Jet players. It's one of those duelists where you look at them in a match like this and you're like, you're going places because they nearly hit 360 ACS, which is just insane, especially considering the caliber of their opponents. This is not a weak team that they're up against, or at least it shouldn't be a weak team that they're up against. The fact that they were very rarely shut down does display a very powerful player, and I'm excited to see not just Imperium through the rest of the tournament, but Careless as a player moving forward in esports. I think they're going places. They definitely showed they've got some good skill with that operator, as a Jet needs to have. and they also just knew how to set themselves up for those kills. And that's sort of the second time we saw it. Obviously, with XSET, they've got some very powerful players. So we'd seen a good Jet before this game, but still definitely a
Don't you think the truth tastes so bittersweet? Summer through fall, I hear starry eyes for you. Just give a call and we'd run anywhere with a few. Yeah, and your Mercedes, tell me I'm your dream come true. We threw fuel on the fire, but it burned out quick. Adored the thought of love, but it never did stick. Don't you think the truth tastes so bittersweet? We're losing all the feeling that we get high on the streets. I think we hit the ceiling, babe. Death for you, death for you and me. Strange to believe that we were just a fantasy. Yeah, we're self-deceived and thinking we were meant to be. Don't you think the truth tastes so bittersweet? We're losing all the feeling that we get high on the streets. I think we hit the ceiling, babe. Death for you, death for you and me. I just want you to fit my life, but the pieces are complicated. We've been doing it wrong, we just need some compromising. Do you see, darling? Are you there?
mistake. My baggage has too much weight. Hey, hey. So my bed is where I stay. Tell the clock that I say hey. I know it's a phase, but it's harder to realize that I'll never be a quarter of the man I could have been when I got older. And all the things I could have done if I was smarter. Think of my departure. Look at the hour. I have work in an hour. It's been 2 days since I've showered. I want to fly away, far from my mistakes. My baggage has too much weight. Hey, hey. So my bed is where I stay. I want to fly away, far from my mistakes. My baggage has too much weight. Hey, hey. So my bed is where I stay. Tell the clock that I say hey. Tell the clock that I say hey.
Been watching you keep it all inside. But it's hard to hide what's in your eyes. No words I say will change where you are. Can't break your fall, but I can be there when you call. You call. Trust me that you're love free, baby. I can be your solid ground, your solid ground. Trust me when it's heavy, I can hold you when you're spinning out on solid ground, on solid ground. Trust me, oh, trust me, oh, trust me, oh, trust me, I love it when you walk in the line 1,000 times. As soon as it's good, it turns to fire. No words I say will change where you are. Can't break your fall, but I can be there when you call. You call. I love it when you trust me that you're love free, baby. I can be your solid ground, your solid ground. Trust me when it's heavy, I can hold you when you're spinning out on solid ground, on solid ground. Trust me, oh, I love it when you trust me, oh, I love it when you trust me, oh, I love it when you trust me, oh, I love it when you.
First impressions, second tries, never trusted destiny. The other side seems so nice, here is not the place to be. No one knows what it's like, I dare you to come with me. Might be awful, not so bad, when you're in good company. Your fingertips are made of gold, they dig into my collarbones. Your eyes turn to kaleidoscope. I'll make you. I need somebody to be with. I ain't talking about no killer sleeping. I hope you will keep me like your secrets. I need somebody to be with, be with. Be the light. Trust me like your intuition. If you like, we can start a new religion, ride or die. Follow me into the darkness, close your eyes. You know this walk can be so hard, but your fingertips are made of gold. They dig into my collarbones. Your eyes turn to kaleidoscope. I'll make you. I need somebody to be with. I ain't talking about no killer sleeping. I hope you will keep me like your secrets. I need somebody.
Welcome back to the Stellar Series tournament by Project Alliance. For the next game, we have Team Unity Earth versus Raven on the map of Bind. And there was a little bit of a miscommunication and some timing issues. So this is another best of one map. We're not in the playoffs just yet. That'll be the game after this one. But we have another lower bracket, but we have a redemption game. So Team Unity Earth and Raven faced off in the first round. And I believe Team Unity Earth came out on top. So
Yes.
it's definitely a redemption game here for Raven. As Team Unity Earth just lost to XSET. And it was on Bind 13-7. So there's some hope here. They were able to get some rounds on the XSET, which is definitely one of the most dominant teams we've seen today. So if they're able to pull through this, then they'll qualify for the playoffs. And I think it's gonna be really interesting. And this is another losers go home game as well.
Yeah, of course, Raven ended up in the lower bracket, started off, and then had to face Northeastern Varsity, who lost pretty badly to XSET. It was a 13-0, so the fact that Raven was able to beat them doesn't necessarily mean anything too crazy, just because they did not have the best track record coming into it, but they do end up coming out of it on top to get to this rematch. Like you said, it's another elimination match. This is a big one as well because it's not just elimination, it's elimination and qualification. Winner goes to playoffs, the loser is out, right? So this is a really big series for both of these teams, and although Team Unity Earth did win previously, it doesn't necessarily mean it's a make all or make or break sort of situation, right? Like there's definitely still some hope here for Raven, and I don't think it's going to be too dominantly in favor of Team Unity Earth this time around, especially now that these teams sort of know what to expect as we move into Bind.
Yeah, and on Bind we have Team Unity Earth on defense and Raven on the attacking side. And Bind really hasn't been in the competitive queue for too long. Like after the Bind changes with the teleport locations being switched around and moved, and a couple boxes being changed, I think that there's a lot of differential here for the kind of meta. I think I would really love to see Yoru come out on this map, because Yoru can throw some mind games. Yoru can have a lot of fun on this map with the TP, the clone, and his blinds in close quarters are so deadly. So I really kind of want to see. I want to see a Sentinels match here with. I want to see two Yorus coming out here, locked in. And as soon as we're ready, we're gonna move into the agent select. But I mean, what kind of team compositions are you looking for, Sleepy?
I mean, honestly, just sort of the basic. You get a raise, you get your Sova or your Fade, or not even Sova or Fade. You get your Sky, really, and then you get your Cypher or Killjoy in there. I don't know. I'm a simple man. I'm not like going for double duelist. We get a Yoru or Reyna in here, and although I think there's definitely some room for those agents, those are very high skill agents, and even when we're talking about these very high skill teams, trying to pull out a Yoru and make it successful against another team is going to be difficult. Yoru is a difficult agent to use in a team setting. They do decently well in ranked if you have a good understanding of how to use the agent, but when we're talking about team and tournament play, you almost never see Yoru, just simply because it's a difficult agent to use in a way that will really benefit you as a player and also your whole team in a way that would make sense to pick over another useful agent, like another initiator or controller sort of situation.
Yeah, but there's also the flip side of that, which is Yoru has the ability to create more space than a typical duelist. Like, while Jet has a dash, Yoru has TPs and clones that make the enemies have to look in different directions at all points of time. Like, a Yoru could be behind him at the beginning of the round if with a well-placed teleport. So, honestly, I'm really excited to see what they have in store for us. I'm not 100% sure we're going to be seeing a Yoru come out on this map, but I am hopeful for it, as it seems to be becoming a little bit of a new meta after some VCT matches. But I agree with you. I definitely think we're going to see a Cypher Killjoy. I think Skies are going to come out on both teams, maybe even a Breach. With the close quarters and the smaller sites on Bind, his Rolling Thunder and stuns, and really hard to dash flashes can really come in key here, especially with trying to take space. As we're coming into the agent select with some already locked in. As we said, we got Skies on both teams. We have a Cypher locked in from Banshee. Poseidon locking in Viper.
Oh,
And it looks like
oh,
we have a Reyna.
they're hovering the Yoru. It's exactly what you wanted to see. I'm interested to see where this will go.
If I had to guess, I would say they're hovering it as a meme because they know they're being streamed. They they already have a duelist locked in, and double duelist comp on this map it's prevalent, yeah, but you don't typically see a Yoru and a Reyna. You typically will see a Jet and a Reyna, or a Yoru and a Raze. So
Hey, listen. What you typically see could be completely thrown off here. Typically, you don't see a Yoru either. That's all I'm gonna say. So, but yeah, over on the side of Team Unity Earth, who, by the way, the last time that these two teams faced each other was 13-4, decently dominant, and it was on Lotus, which can be a pretty volatile and hard to play through map. So Bind, it's been around for a little bit longer. We could see go a different direction. We even see Lipid ending up hovering the Yoru here as well, and it looks like that may be what we're getting. Nope, they survived for last second, and no Yoru for either side.
So sad.
So it's double controller for both of these teams. Pretty standard. Grim and Viper. This is exactly what you want to see. You got your Skies, your Initiator. Now, I will say, double duelist on the side of this offense. They've got two duelists. It's Reyna and Raze. Now, we obviously have seen Paper Rex pull out Reyna. That's a big moment everybody's probably seen. Now, the way you really want to use Reyna effectively, because she's inherently a decently selfish agent, the only piece of util that can benefit the whole team is that blind. And the way that you want to use that is you send a blind and you send a Sky Flash at the exact same time. Because what ends up happening is you either destroy the Reyna blind, or you look away from the flash. And either way, after the initial engagement, you're still going to be blinded for whatever reason. So it's a difficult situation to play against. So assuming they can use that combination well, we could see it work well. And of course, Raze can just be a very powerful entry duelist. And so I do expect Raze to find value here. No Sentinel on the side of this offense could bear to hurt them, but we'll see that's the direction it ends up going.
Yeah, I think the main key for them is just pure pushing ability and being able to just rush in with no stops. As we are seeing the Skydog come out, Lipid trying to take that off while the entirety of Team Unity Earth are rotating through Sands and Hookah, and they end up getting the first pick from Banshee onto Poseidon. And trying to gain a little bit more ground. Lipid holding strong in Kingdom, but quickly getting picked off, but was able to find one onto Gulf. Skyflash coming out, not able to scan anything. Hopefully trying to get a retake here from Team Unity. Getting one from Truly. Quickly traded back by Charlie, but LEP said no! And Banshee cleans it up for three people alive on the pistol round, giving them the first round of this half. It was an excellent retake.
Bit of a sloppy round from Raven, and although they were able to get that spike down, they lost a little bit on the way in, and then they didn't find much value on that post plant as they sort of just pushed into Team Unity Earth, and then of course Team Unity Earth started the retake as well on top of that, and they just won their gunfights that they needed to win. So realistically, Raven sort of just needs to bounce back in a way that allows them to enable their offense. Again, sort of these aggressive plays can be made by the side of Raven because they've got this double duelist. So I want to see them moving quickly, and I want to see them slow down, and they tried to do that in the previous round, but they didn't win the engagements they needed to win. So if they move quickly and they win their gunfights, we could definitely see a team in Raven get on site.
And Truly getting the first pick onto Poseidon, giving them the early man advantage. Both teams slowing down just slightly as Raven is trying to pick up the pieces of what just happened. They lost half the map, but they made out the Cypher there, almost took out the tech. See, that's one issue that Raven has, is they don't have any utility to hold flanks like a Killjoy alarm bot or Cypher tripwires. So they have no idea where the enemy team is. They don't know where Team Unity is going to peek from, or if they're going to be getting flanked. But Lipid throwing out the snake bites, able to delay them and shoving them back into showers. Unable to find anything, trying to spray through the boxes to try and find anything, but Lipid, they have no idea where Lipid is. In the smoke and globe. Oh, Banshee just picking apart the team. Hollow Angel able to find one and pick up the Spectre, but 18 HP left, getting shot at from flank. Might not be able to find anything. Peek's being taken, caught by the tripwire and picked off by Truly. Winning them
that was
the
sort of
second round
that
game.
sort of that aggression I needed to see, but obviously gun advantage in the hands of Team Unity Earth. It wasn't really going to go the way of Raven there, and although they tried to do some of that aggression, obviously they lost a player very early on in that engagement down in B lobby, and then it was just trying to reclaim that player the rest of the time. But again, gun disadvantage, not going to be able to do a whole lot, and that absolutely showed. So I'm hoping to see if now that they're on a bye, Raven can bounce back here. Again, there's a lot going against them right now, and they really need to win these offensive rounds because they're running such an offense-sided team comp. If they don't get the majority of the rounds in this half, we may not be looking at a win for Raven.
Yeah, and just as you say that, a perfect flash out of the smoke, picks off 3, leaving Charlie in a 1v5 situation with a Vandal. TP coming in, getting pinched, unable to find one for a flawless victory from Team Unity Earth. That smoke from the Brimstone with the flash out from the sky, perfectly timed, and just shredded apart any hope of an execute from Raven.
Yeah, they were pretty set up there. It looked like it was going to be a good execution, but it was such a good read from the side of Team Unity Earth. They knew exactly where these players were going to go, because the previous 2 rounds, those players in Raven had tried to push into A and had been heavily denied. So what did Team Unity Earth do? They switched it up. They decided, you know what, they're probably going to go B, and they read it so beautifully. Pushing through that smoke was very well timed, and I mean, it was just a beautiful play. I'm excited to see if they can pull more stuff like that out. On the side of Raven, they're going to have to take an eco. Trying to bounce back from a round loss like that, to lose 3 in a row to start it off, does not look good for them.
We are seeing Poseidon with an SMG going to try and even the disadvantage a little bit in those short-range fights, and A definitely favors the short-range gunfights, but Raven being a little bit spread out, Spike still in the middle of the map, unsure where they want to go, but not sure if they want to run into the absolutely stacked site from Team Unity Earth. Very, very slow. They're playing this very well, trying to clear corners slowly and together, moving a little bit more towards the B site, which is a good read from them and a great call because they're running into the non-stacked site. Maybe they'll be able to find any kills and pick up some rifles. But LP able to just find the first pick as the showstopper comes out, trying to find anything, finds one, but Globe right behind, picks off 1 and 2. Leaving Poseidon in a 1v4 with just an SMG, unable to find one, and gets quickly tapped by Truly, giving them an almost flawless victory in their 4th round.
Yeah, they tried to take those short-range fights in A, couldn't find much contact, had to go into B. Decided to take the awkward decision that I don't necessarily agree with to pull out their showstopper. Obviously, they're at an eco differential, and they wanted to try and win the round. But honestly, I think at that point, you just don't use the ults. They decided to. Didn't work out for them. It'll be interesting to see if Raven can continue to try and bounce back. But it just seems like they're losing in every facet that they can right now. They haven't really been able to find very many wins in these engagements. Although, there you go. Engagement in showers.
Wasabi picking up Banshee and showers. Lipid gonna try and trade back. And they do. Able to even the score to a 4v4, put a snake bite down to try and make it even, but Hollow Angel tried to catch an off angle, unable to find it, but LP gets Hollow Angel back 2v3 in favor of Raven for the first time this half. We're gonna have to see if Globe and Truly are gonna be able to pick up what's left of this as the Sky comes out. Unable to find anything, isn't clearing any space. Gonna try and find any smokes, but Truly tries to get a little bit antsy with it. 1v2 situation for Globe. The top of the leaderboard right now, unable to find it as Charlie walks right into him, giving them the first round win this half.
Finally, Raven is able to pull it through. And I think, again, it was just down to winning their gunfights that they needed to win, and they did just that, pushing in through showers. Although that initial pick got traded off, they were able to find 2 more before that player went down, and it just allowed for that player advantage to be in their favor. And once that spike went down, it ended up in a 2v1, and then it was just about playing that player advantage, and they did just that. So I like seeing that Raven is able to win their gunfights. If they can continue to do that, I think we could see more of these rounds go their way, and it's going to need to be quite a few, because like I said, if Raven doesn't take the lead going into the next half, I don't like their odds at winning this map.
I mean, from what I've been able to see, I think you may be right, but it seems like Raven is adapting just a little bit. They got the man advantage once more in a 3v2 situation. Lipid holding down Showers as usual with Globe ready to go anywhere when necessary, rotating over to B to try and get a little bit of information, as Team Unity Earth has no idea where Raven could be at this moment, but they're all pushing in to Hookah. About to push out. Are they going to expect Golf lurking there into Kingdom? But Lipid seems to have lineups for... Oh, it missed! It hit the crane! Wasn't able to find it, unfortunately, and both players sitting in a cross. I think they heard the footsteps of Lipid, but in the decay of the smoke, waiting for it to go down. 1 HP, and unable to find it as an unfortunate double swing comes through, giving them a second round. It seems like they've learned how to adapt to Team Unity.
Yeah, again, it was just about winning more of those gunfights, and again, Raven continues to do that. They're able to get onto the site. Honestly, that rotate was a very, very good call. And then Globe nearly was able to play a little bit of an interesting position, because obviously somebody had already pushed through the site. Goldtooth had already gotten through the site and had gone in towards Hall. And so they were like, okay, we can catch them off guard. I mean, obviously they didn't know that, but that could have been an opportunity to catch them off guard had Globe gotten one more there. But only ended up getting one, and then it was just a 1v2. So more of that proactiveness that we could see come through from Team Unity Earth could result in yet another win for them against this team in Raven. So we'll see if they can bounce back here from this sort of proactive anti-stratting that has come out from the side of Raven.
And we're seeing the Seekers coming out, trying to find out where everybody is. A lot of flashes, blinds, smokes, all being traded, but Banshee through the smoke and wall, able to pick off Poseidon, the main site blocker. Things are calming down just a little bit as they're trying to find space. Wolf catching somebody on an off in a flick onto Lipid. Wasabi picking up Ella too. Truly trying to gain back. 3v3 situation post plant. And Charlie having so much ego picking those. And Truly picking up a fourth in an excellent retake from Team Unity Earth. Wow.
Yeah, Raven was able to get on that site. They get the spike down, and then it was just down to playing post plant, but they never really got the opportunity to set up the post plant because immediately Team Unity Earth started the retake, and they caught this team in Raven off guard, able to win those gunfights, and that's sort of what it's come down to in a lot of these rounds. We just saw 4K come through from Truly to really impact that statement that you really do need to win some of those gunfights, and we may be seeing that come through. So the question is, can Raven shut down any forward momentum? Because, like I said, I need to see the majority of the rounds won here by Raven because they're running off inside a comp. I'm not saying their defense doesn't have a chance, but I do just feel like they need to be getting at least 6 rounds, if not the lead.
I agree, and I feel like Showers is becoming the focal point of this game here. Both teams are not wanting to give it up, and we are going to see the Viper's Pit come out, as well as the Showstopper from Wasabi. Unable to find anything, but definitely gave them a little bit more room to work with, as both teams are desperately trying to gain a little bit of map control. And Golf picking off Globe, one of the kill leaders this round, or this match. Some sprays going into the Viper's Pit, trying to find something, tapping the spike. Things are slowing down just a little bit, trying to find something about Banshee. He knows where they're all hiding. They're going to be able to see exactly where everything's at. 3v2 situation in favor of Raven, but a lot of teams from Raven are very low, and Truly and Banshee once again laying it down from Showers. And they are kings of this Team Unity Earth. They are kings of retakes. Although they're not getting the flawless retakes, they are making it happen. I mean, they're 4 rounds ahead, and they're nearly flawless on these.
Yeah, it's starting to look like Team Unity Earth is going to start to get back what we saw from them in those first 4 rounds of the half. And although Raven was able to bounce back with some good site executes and winning a good amount of their engagement, suddenly it just seems as though Team Unity Earth didn't even need to take a timeout or a break. They just bounced back. They just figured out how to play retake. They figured out how to win those early engagements and allow themselves to get a player advantage. And the retakes come through because of that. And I'm excited. I keep saying that, but I'm hoping Raven can figure out how to bounce back so we can continue to see this back.
And a lot of aggression being taken in showers. It really is the focal point of this. And so far, flawless from Team Unity Earth as Sky is healing them up. And Wasabi is left all alone outside of showers. Had to pick up the spike. Location now known. Team Unity Earth is moving in. You can see on the map, they're just trying to pinch in and close them off. Trying to choke them out like a snake. Trying to gain a little bit of ground back. Gonna have to try. I mean, on this broken buy. And Banshee with the flank, able to pick it up in a flawless round from Team Unity Earth. Exactly what we expected from them to adapting to this whole shower focus.
Yeah, it just seems as though Raven keeps trying the same thing. Let's go through showers. Let's go through that showers. Let's go through showers. Guess what? Let's go through showers. Just seems like they don't really want to start early on and around going anywhere else. They just like to push in towards A. Because in those 2 rounds that they won, I mean, it wasn't both of them, but they definitely showed some promise on A, so they keep going for it. I do think they need to get ready to do a little bit more split defaulting maybe towards B, and it looks like that's exactly what they're doing as they do go for sort of a default play.
It doesn't seem to be working out for them very much, though, but Poseidon able to even the scores once again to a 4v4. Wasabi giving them a little bit of an advantage here. Unsure which site they want to push, whether they want to go right into the Cypher or into the Brim and Raze combination over there. Spike is still on the side of B. Wondering if that's where they're wanting to end up here. Both teams playing it pretty safe, as Gulf will be picking up the spike and moving towards the A site. If they're not able to get the trades out here correctly, it could end very badly for them. Banshee got spotted by the Raze Boombot. Not capitalizing off of it, though, but it was a great move. It was a great move by Wasabi to draw another player over, and they're executing on the side off of it. That was an excellent move, and the Viper's Pit will come out. We'll have to see if Banshee and Globe, the retake kings, are going to be able to bring this back. 3v4. Very stressful stuff coming out here. We got the dog trying to scan as much as possible. Sprays going through the smokes. Banshee and Globe working up together. Going to try and clear out U-Haul. Reyna's right there!
Oh.
Globe quickly trading back. Sees 1, gets 2! And it runs out of bullets! Unfortunate for Globe. And Raven wins the 3rd round of this half. Unfortunate. The spray transfer from Globe. Oh my.
Peeking out through U-Haul. They ended up actually, initial push got body blocked. They tried to get away because they were whipping their shots and they got stuck there. So they weren't able to make very much contact. Still though, they ended up very impressive play from Globe, getting that 3K, but could not find that 4th. I say that like that's an easy task. It's definitely an impressive maneuver regardless, but it does still result in finally for Raven another round win. But at this point, like I said, Team Unity Earth, Raven really needed to get the lead on their offense, just simply because they're running such an offense-sided comp. You've got double duelists, you got Reyna and Raze, and although it's not like they won't be able to find value on their defense, you also don't have a Sentinel. You're lacking a Sentinel. You're running double duelist, double controller. You need to be finding the majority of your rounds on your offense, and they don't even have the opportunity to tie it up anymore, as it is this.
in the showers like always, but Banshee once again just out aiming. Banshee, although the Cypher utility is not getting too much utilization when it comes to the tripwires, Banshee is by far making up for it with just sheer ability to aim. And Globe with the util able to get Hollow Angel down to just one shot. 3v5. And the Hellfire will come out. And Banshee is waiting. He gets 3, leaving it a 1v4 situation for Wasabi. I don't know where Wasabi's at, though. Could be in Hookah, could be in Sands. Right there! And truly right there, ready to trade back, leaving 3 alive and giving Team Unity a 5-round lead over Raven.
This A3 advantage, such a good advantage. Even if this last round does go to Raven, Team Unity Earth can feel pretty confident going into the next half, just with how many rounds they have at this point. It's not completely unwinnable for Raven, but it's not looking very likely, if I'm honest. They have sort of just been unable to find very much grounds in these rounds. Again, when they don't have those ults, they tend to just not be able to win the gunfights that are required, and it's really weighing on them. So they do need to figure it out. Obviously, they've got some ults to entry with this time around.
Yeah, we have another showstopper coming out from Wasabi, as well as the Reyna ultimate coming out, and another showstopper coming out. The head was peaked, unable to find it, but comes out, finds nothing. But Globe said, "Nope, that's mine." And Hollow Angel trying to trade back desperately. LP just ready right there to trade right back. Poseidon with nothing but a bulldog and some mollies, trying to find something. Charlie, full HP, getting picked off by Banshee. And once again, Banshee just cleaning up from behind. 9-3 ending this half in favor of Team Unity Earth.
Yeah, not having a Sentinel just simply means that you have the ability to be flanked very, very aggressively. That's exactly what we've saw so many times from Banshee, just going for the flanks and knowing that there'd be no util to watch those flanks. It had to be a player, and nobody was, so it's just a vulnerable position. And now we're in a 9-3. Could it be the 9-3 curse? I'm not so sure. Bond tends to be a bit more offense-sided. And of course, like I mentioned so many times, they're running such an offense-sided map. So Raven's going to have a very difficult time on this defense. There's always the chance, though, that they're able to win those gunfights and prevent the push onto these sites. And it looks like this round is going to be Team Unity Earth to push in towards B, possibly through Hookah.
I really don't think it's an aim issue on the side of Raven. I think it's just lack of coherent ability use. They're not using them in sync. They're all using them to get picks by themselves, which is infinitely worse than using them with a team. I mean, if you notice, Team Unity Earth just stacked out right outside of Sands, communicating together. All right, we're smoked off here. Viper's definitely in Hookah. Let's go long. And 3 of them moving together as a single unit, moving up long. We have the Sky for the flashes, the Rays for the entry, and the Brimstone for the smokes, just ready to go and execute onto site. With the smokes out, just like we said, Globe, Stim Beacon as well. LP able to get the first pick on the... Truly, just running in quickly. The site is theirs, just like that. Flawless site take. And now it's up to Raven to try and salvage what's left of this round, try and get some picks, and maybe be able to salvage this round and win it. But the Sky Flash scans them on long, and another one looks like it might come out here, as well as a Snake Bite. But they might get a pick, and Golf unable to find one. Quite a couple shots just not landing there. Unfortunate for Team Raven. And also a little bit unfortunate for Team Unity, as they weren't able to pull out the flawless, but they do take the pistol round, making it a 7-round lead against Raven.
Yeah, if you're going to make the 9-3 curse work in your favor, you really need that pistol round. I feel like we see that so often. It's 9-3, maybe the curse, but then they lose the pistol for that team that's down, and it's pretty much impossible at that point. I'm going to say that here, I really don't think there's a whole lot of a chance here for Raven. Like you mentioned, they don't really know how to use their util to benefit the whole team. Remember when I said that the Reyna and Sky Flashes need to be used in tandem with one another? We haven't even seen them attempt to put Sky and Reyna pushing in towards the same area together. They just seem to not really have that sort of wham-bam combo set up like you'd need to use a Reyna and a Sky well. And starting to see that not work out in their favor.
Absolutely. And what I'm seeing the most is like everything that Team Raven does, it's all solo. They don't have a default setup used for utility gathering like Team Unity Earth does. I mean, the Sky Flash right off the bat, the early jump peeking on A,
Oh,
like the Cypher utility, but we have a flank here from Banshee, able to pick off Charlie, unable to find a second. Truly and Globe left to try and hold this down. They have a Vandal and a Bulldog against 2 Stingers and a Bulldog. We'll have to see what they can make of it. Spotted Golf trying to back off, play a little bit more with Globe, but they don't know where the rest of the players are. Flashed. And Globe, ready for it. Gets the player off of Heaven. Knows where Raze is because of the Blast Pack. And now it's just a 2v1 in favor of Team Unity Earth. And Wasabi trying to pick it up, but Truly and Globe playing a perfect crossfire. Absolutely wonderful round coming out from Team Unity Earth.
yeah, it's important to highlight that was a force buy round from Raven. They really wanted to secure that despite losing the pistol. They ended up forcing a buy, and they didn't win it. They really wanted that round in order to try and make a comeback possible, but they didn't win it. The gun advantage was still in the hands of Team Unity Earth, and honestly, I don't even think that's what ended up making an impact. It was just that Team Unity Earth knew how to play that post plant so much better than Raven knew how to play that retake. It just seemed very incoherent. Again, a lot of that lack of good understanding of how to execute a site retake.
Looks like Team Raven was trying to pull the same thing that Team Unity Earth did with the Raze, Sky, and Brimstone on B site. Unable to find anything with it. LP just going in and Truly picking up Poseidon after getting traded out. Currently, it is in the favor of Team Unity Earth. 4v3 retake scenario. This is potentially around right before series point, and this could knock Raven out of the tournament right here. Waiting as much as they can, but they really don't have that much time left as the spike is already down. But 2 players from Team Unity Earth are watching that, ready to go. Truly able to... Wow. Tons of gunfire coming out. Charlie... Oh my gosh. Globe and Lipid. The entirety of Team Unity Earth, they are playmakers all in itself. They have stalling potential and they have holding and retake potential. They are a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah,
I mean,
Team Unity Earth, Raven rather, made once again the decision to force a buy in that previous round, and guess what? It didn't go well. And so they're doing it again because they have to now. They're on match point. Previously, they didn't necessarily have to. But now they really are. So it's going to be interesting to see where these players end up playing. Because again, Raven is still at a gun disadvantage, and that's a very good show of that.
Poseidon ego peeking gets punished by Banshee. I swear I've seen more wall bangs from Banshee in this match than anything else. Wasabi missing the nade, unable to find anything. It's a 4v4 even, except for the gun disadvantage. I mean, Raven, they have Guardians. They have rifles that have potential, but they just are not landing their shots. And Globe gives them the advantage as the spike is planted on B. And Raven are going to try and pick up anything but 2v4 because LP just decided, no, I'm going to hold back and wait for the flank. And Banshee once again getting another pick and just leaving. Wow, Banshee is left with 1 HP, trying to pick up anything that they can, and Charlie just hitting the shots, but unable to find another. And Truly picks off Charlie, and they take bind, 13-3.
Yeah, that pretty much went exactly how I would have expected it to go. Doesn't change the fact that it was still a bit of a disappointing scenario that it ended up in, but it did end up it did end up with a win for the side of Team Unity Earth, as I expected coming into that series. And so we will go ahead and see if they can continue some of that fighting power moving forward. Because guess what? They just qualified for the playoffs. Raven, it is unfortunate to see you go, as you did end up making it to that second round of the lower bracket, but it's not enough to get to the playoffs. And unfortunately for them, their run ends here. But That does mean that was the last best of one. Finally, actually, this time the group stage is going to be over. How do you feel like that game went, and what do you think we can expect from Team Unity Earth moving on into the playoffs?
I think I have high hopes for them. They have a lot of really good team play. Um, and I'm not surprised that they lost to XSET, but I think they've learned from that experience and have figured out how to do a lot of team play. As they did lose to XSET on Bind. But we're gonna cut to a short break real quick before we hit into the best of three matches in the playoffs.
Do you believe me when I say I'm never like this? Do you need me the way you say you do? Treading lightly through the water, through the light and darkness. If I'm not careful, my love might consume you. Pulling me back into my body. I wanna take my time with you. Your lips are gonna haunt me. If what you say is true, pulling me back into my body. I'm just a dead man walking. I'm just a pawn, but nothing hurts better than you. Pulling me back into my body. I'm just a dead man walking. I'm just a pawn, but nothing hurts better than you. Pulling me, pulling me. Are we doomed to the fate laid out before us? Can you lift it, 'cause with a single kiss? Standing on the edge of the ever-growing abyss. Does it really have to end like this? Pulling me back into my body. I wanna take my time with you. Your lips are gonna haunt me. If what you say is true, pulling me back into my body. I'm just a dead man walking. I'm just a pawn, but nothing hurts better than you. Pulling me, pulling me, pulling me. If what you say is true, pulling me back into my body. I'm just a dead man walking. I'm just a pawn, but nothing hurts better than you. Nothing hurts better than you. Yeah, nothing hurts better than you.
The longer that I wait, I'll fall deeper in your game. Tell me now for my own sake, just for my own sake. The chances I'm taking, impatiently aching. You're the one I've been chasing. You are my craving. If you want honesty, I'll cross all the lines that I drew. Forget about second
What way you think? I think you said you wanna go. And every time I feel you, it feels like gotta take it back, gotta take it back home. Cause every time I feel you, it feels like cause every time I feel you, it feels like orange juice, orange juice. Cause every time I feel you, it feels like orange juice, orange juice. Orange juice, orange juice, orange juice. Cause every time I feel you, it feels like I've been on my way up, now it's really far down. I don't think I'll feel it when I hit the ground. In October it feels like summertime. I keep falling for you like every night. Been communicating through satellites, yeah. It's black and white. I'm all up in the clouds when it's pouring rain. Ain't never coming down unless you call my name. Yeah, we should take it slow, just like day by day. Like day by day. I'm all up in the clouds when it's pouring rain. Ain't never coming down unless you call my name. Yeah, we should take it slow, just like day by day. Like day by day. You're the only sunset that I'll never forget. Red and orange sorbet, like it is the best yet. In October it feels like summertime. I keep falling for you like every night. Been communicating through satellites, yeah. It's black and white. I'm all up in the clouds when it's pouring rain. Ain't never coming down unless you call my name. Yeah, we should take it slow, just like day by day. Like day by day. I'm all up in the clouds when it's pouring rain. Ain't never coming down unless you call my name. Yeah, we should take it slow, just like day by day. Like day by day. I'm all up in the clouds when it's pouring rain. Ain't never coming down unless you call my name. Yeah, we should take it slow, just like day by day. Like day by day.
I'm too smart for the world tonight, for the world tonight, for the world tonight.
This could be your year. If you let go of the loneliness you fear. 'Cause I know that you've been trying so hard. Don't you know it's alright for just a little while? 'Cause it made us feel alive. But at the same time, we can't belong together. Though it feels like we were made for one another. Do you realize we wasted on each other? You, if I could love you back, I would. This could be your year. 'Cause your life could take you somewhere new from here. When you're on your own, you look back and see just a moment in time. And we gave it a try, 'cause it made us alive. But at the same time, we can't belong together. It feels like we were made for one another. Do you realize we wasted on each other? You, if I could love you back, I would. If I could love, come on now. But at the same time, we can't belong together. It feels like we were made for one another. Do you realize we wasted on each other? You, if I could love you back, I
Welcome everybody back to the Stellar Series by Project Alliance. It is finally time for the playoffs. The following matches in the playoffs will all be single elimination best of 3 series. To start out the first game of the playoffs, we have Team Mystic and Tagilla Hunter. We have 3 maps picked out: Haven, Ascent, and Pearl. I believe first up we have Haven with Mystic on the defense and Tagilla Hunter on the attack. Now, something to be noted here is Tagilla Hunter just came off of not another, but the second 13-0 victory I've seen in the tournament today. And Mystic just came off of a 13-6 victory. I think we're in for kind of a treat with this one, Sleepy.
Yeah, what I will say is Tagilla was actually in the last tournament under a different name. They were under the name of Hanuel Black, and although they didn't make it to the grand finals, they did make it to the lower finals. So they did a decent job. Third place is nothing to scoff at. Unfortunately, they're not under Hanuel Black anymore, but they do still have 4 of the core roster here to compete. So they've been around for a while. So they have some of that good team chemistry. Now, Mystic, for me, is a bit of an unknown. I don't really know these players. I don't know how they play. What I do know is they are very, very highly rated. That's what I'll say. Their ranks are pretty high, especially when you compare them to the side of Tagilla. So I'm a little bit concerned for the sake of Tagilla, especially for these players that I've seen compete well before, and I'm excited to see them compete again. But yeah, they're gonna have a bit of a tough time here against a very high skill team. But if it is a case of a better performance as far as their teamwork and their team play, similar to what we saw or how we saw XSET do so well was because they had really good team play. So if we've got something like that here, maybe we could see Tagilla Hunters somehow pull through with a win.
Yeah, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Tagilla Hunters pulled through with a win here. I mean, coming off of a 13-0 victory
Yeah.
as a qualifier coming into the playoffs, it takes some serious team play. A lot of the teams that really don't have that core team play value and ability get weeded out in the first 2 games. But going in and being able to get qualified for playoffs is really going to be it's going to be interesting to watch. I'm glad we're getting into these games that are going to be a lot of strategy, a lot of team play, and some high energy and high impact, and hopefully some close matches coming in.
Yeah, we will be, like you mentioned, going into Haven. Now, Haven tends to favor the offense a little bit. It's a three-site map, so inherently it's going to favor the offense due to the fact that it's a lot harder for the defense to rotate. You got to cover a lot more ground as well. So it can give the offense a little bit of an advantage in that regard. But we've seen as Haven has been one of the longest, if not the longest, standing map with a very similar sort of team meta for quite a minute. Obviously, it's changed up as different agents have been nerfed and buffed. We saw Breach meta for quite a while. Now we're seeing teams start to switch it up a little bit, go on double controller a few different times. But it'll be interesting to see if that's going to be the same story here. What type of comp do you favor on Haven, or is there, or you just go with the classic Breach meta?
I wouldn't be surprised to see a breach come out here. The breach meta is something that is well known, it's effective, and it could be pretty deadly with some combos with like Raze or even Gecko. I've seen with a couple double initiator comps on Haven, which is pretty interesting. But I think we're gonna see a double controller comp come out here from Mystic as they chose it for defense. So maybe a double sentinel, maybe a double controller. I think we might be able to see, but I almost guarantee we're going to see a breach coming in.
Yeah, and it looks like we're getting right into this agent select. Again, as we're talking about it, we move right into it. Now, we do even see Plague hovering Yoru. Now, again, I've seen these players play, and I've seen Plague on Yoru before. So it's not completely unexpected, but at the same time, it's still Yoru, so I don't necessarily like it. And of course, like I said, when you're talking about a team in not Hanuel, but Tagilla, against a team that is so much higher rated. Again, like they've got 3 Radiants, I believe. So that's a pretty high number when you compare them to Tagilla. So maybe a little bit of that off-meta pick for the side of Tagilla could weigh on them a little bit. But at the same time, we could just see them, again, they've been around for a while. They've got that team chemistry. They may just be able to turn it around and pull through with a win. So we'll see where that ends up going. And as you talked about that breach meta, or as I was talking about that breach meta as well, we see it come out from the side of... Sorry. We see it come out from the side of Mystic.
Yeah, I mean, I really figured a breach would be coming out here, and I'm not surprised to see a Killjoy coming out here as well, pretty prominent. I am a little bit surprised to see a KO coming out here on the side of Tagilla. But the double initiator comp on attack, not unheard of, but the initiator choice is a little bit interesting. I'm kind of impressed to see a double info initiator here.
Yeah, it is definitely a bit of an interesting... Now, I'd argue KO isn't necessarily an info initiator. Obviously, he's got one piece of recon util, and it is his signature ability. But for the most part, he's got a util that is going to be more for engagements onto sites, similar to a breach. So I'd say KO works similarly to the way that a breach works. But it is still definitely a very weird pick, just because breach... Like, if you're going to have an initiator that isn't going to be your recon initiator when you're running double duelist, say you already have a Sova, you typically want your breach, just because it provides a lot more of that aggressive util that can be used to push onto site. And now that doesn't mean KO doesn't work on this map. There's quite a few opportunities for a lineup, so you could see it come through with a good time on this side of Tagilla.
Yeah, and we have 4 picks that are identical. We have the Jet, the Killjoy, the Omen, and the Sova. Very prominent and very expected picks from both sides. It was just... it threw me off a little bit to see the Breach traded for a KO, but we're going to get into this match really early on going into C.
Yeah, it looks like, honestly, it seems as though Mystic was anticipating a push towards A, but instead it's going down towards C, and they have managed to rotate heavy response over there. 3 now, ready to lock down the site as the push comes through. They're able to get on, trying to push through, but Mock's gonna deny. They take out Piro, and Tabernac finds 3. Adapt the shock dart able to take out Spurka, but it is now a 1v4 for West, able to find 2. Looking for 2 more. Nope, gonna swing 2 and gets taken out by Melody. We saw some of that superior mechanical skill play through there as they denied that push onto site.
I was a very quick site execute there, and sadly they did get pinched right in the open of C. Got picked off quick early through that smoke. It was an off angle, and that was a really quick reaction from Wes, but unfortunately unable to find the other 2. And so Team Mystic did take the first round, and we are going to see a Bulldog and a Spectre going into the second round here. Huge gun disadvantage for Tagilla.
Yeah, obviously, you went around, you're just going to force, and your opponent who lost is going to have to take an eco. We'll see, though. Plague has actually gone for your hero Sheriff, so we'll see if they're able to find any contact with that gun. It looks like they're going to center more towards this B push. You see Wes, KO, and Henry Omen pushing down through mid. They've even got Henry lurking deep into garage at this point. And Wes, who was pushed up towards mid, is actually backing out now, although still peeking a little bit into B. The rest of the team, 3 players, coming in through A lobby. Vader! Oh, what good trigger discipline. They walk right by him. This could be a devastating... It's just... Oh my gosh, this could be a devastating series of events here. And there you go. Tabernac knew exactly where they were coming. Mows them down. Adapt and Plague each go down. A little bit carelessly walks his back right into Puro. West takes out Vader. Puro does go down to Melody. It's a 2v3. Still winnable potentially, but no. West goes down to Spurka. It will have to be a 1v3 with a classic for Henry to try and do anything. No, Mock's going to shut him down.
Honestly, that was a little bit unfortunate for the side of Mystic, as the 2 players did go down, even though they had a huge gun advantage, because the entirety of Tagilla had classics, and they only had 1 sheriff, but they took down 2 of the players, which, I mean, we're seeing doesn't really matter much, because Vader only had a ghost that last round and is instantly going into the op and full shields. Tabernac sadly sitting on just a sheriff. Unless they're gonna get a SMG going to this, but we're gonna see our first almost full rifle round coming in for an early push onto C.
Oh, and Henry gets caught out trying to get away, but no, the aggression comes too quickly. Spurka able to take it. It's now going to be a 4v5. Still a gun advantage, pretty massive one at that. And Adapt going to take advantage of just that. Tabernac goes down. Mox is able to trade it off, though. Now it's a 3v4. Once again, player advantage in the hands of Mystic. Getting ready to back up, towards site. Nobody's going to be able to punish from the side of Tagilla.
Yeah,
no longer
it's
as
really
big of a gun difference.
Yeah, not that big of a gun difference, especially since they have the man advantage. Jump peeking, spotted one, heard a bullet, but the spike is still towards mid, just sitting on the ground. And we have Vader holding that A long for a possible rotate with the operator. Glass cannon right now. With the rest of the team posted up on B and C. Just trying to figure out what they want to do, but it looks like they're deciding to go to A. Right into his crosshair.
Operator gonna spot them. Plague. Oh, walks right into it. Vader able to take advantage, and Plague goes down. Down goes the jet. Loses to the other jet with an op. Now it's gonna be a 2v4. Puro and West are getting ready to push onto the site. They know there's an op, and they're just trying to get rid of it. KO Knife does clear out the middle of sight, so they don't have to be too concerned. Recon Dart, though, tells them exactly where these players are. They could get wallbanged if they aren't careful, but it doesn't matter as Melody swings through. Puro and West go down.
An almost flawless victory there from Mystic, giving them the 3-0 lead against Tagilla. Instantly winning the economy. They get 2 or 3 more of those rounds out there, and it'll snowball into something that I don't know if Tagilla will be able to stop. Really just seeing like they're gonna be posting up, maybe going for a garage hit here, maybe swinging into B, but unfortunately we have Vader. Unfortunately for Team Tagilla, they have Vader just sitting in B, just ready for anybody that aggresses. Alarm bot does go off. It is known. They are there, ready.
Onto the site. It's going to be down to Mox. And Spurka and Melody's Hunter's Fury does a decent job. Puro and Adapt go down. Spurka takes out Plague. Mox takes out West. Henry's suddenly all alone. So 1v5, it was an eco round. They probably weren't going to win it, but now it's almost like there's no chance. At this point, just going to be trying to prevent the flawless round. What can Henry do?
He's going to probably try and do a little bit of damage to their economy here. Isn't going to be able to pick up much since they've already secured the victory, but unable to find Spurka. And Henry goes down, making it a 4-0 lead for a flawless by Mystic.
Yeah, what I will say is this is Mystic's map pick, so, you know, not completely unexpected, but yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And the way that Mystic is playing this, super passive and just playing for information right off the bat, they're able to collapse onto Tagilla with the might of Zeus, as Phil Swift would put it. But he really... I feel like the playmaker right now is definitely Melody. The cross-map Hunter's Fury, able to pick off and get a bunch of chip damage. It really just isn't... I feel like the main issue is the KO pick right there. They're not able to concuss. They're not able to blind as easily on this map. Not able to gather as much information. It really is just an unfortunate series of events for Tagilla. But it seems like they might have a chance rushing here into this
A lobby. And they get 2 picks. West able to take out Melody, and Henry takes out Vader. Those 2 very impactful players in these past few rounds, including that op player, are no longer an option. It's going to be a 3v5, and these players have to retake for Mystic to try and take this round. It looks like, although the first 4 rounds were taken by Mystic, there's an opportunity here for Tagilla to get back in it. Aftershock comes through to clear out Hell. KO Knife coming in to try and prevent that push in for the retake. Now they're starting to come through. The suppression wears off. There's a Rolling Thunder available, but no, not really with the chance to use it. And, well, there you go. Tabernacle goes down. It's 2 players picked off from either side. Spurka takes out Plague. Now it's a 1v2 for Spurka. What can you do? From the shadows available. Not really going to matter here, though. Spurka takes out Puro. It's a 3k. Make it a 4 if he can. And he does, but not in time. Spike gonna have the opportunity to go off, and for the first time, we do see Tagilla get around.
And although we did see them get around one, unfortunately, they're not walking away with any guns from it. I mean, we have an insane economy coming out from Mystic. 4 of their players had max creds going into this round. And we're seeing basically a full buy from Tagilla, but if they lose this round, they're going to be stuck on another eco or 2. It's the plays that they're making, and they're just swinging alone. I mean, Plague got a pick with the operator, but tried to swing out for another one instead of playing safe with the team and playing post-plant in those smokes. Just an unfortunate ego peak that really got punished.
Plague going to be able to take out Vader. Very early engagement. That moves favorably for Tagilla. Again, they needed to turn that previous round win into some momentum. And taking out Vader, ego peeking the op and winning it, give you some confidence moving into this. And they're going to start moving down A. You saw West lurking in towards mid and destroyed an alarm bot, now backing out, which does give a little bit of paranoia and lack of vision to this side of Mystic, but Melody able to lock it down on A site and take out Plague and Puro before going down. That evens it out. Now going to be 3v3. Look at this. Mystic has 3 ults available. They got From the Shadows, a lockdown, and a Rolling Thunder. This is going to be very hard to push through. Hunter's Fury can counter a lockdown. Not going to be able to do a whole lot of anything else.
Yeah, we did see a really quick rotate out by Tagilla, hoping that they were going to be able to catch a site off guard, but Mystic just didn't give up their ground. As soon as that happened, I mean, their breach looked out and they were gone, so the rest of the team just anchored their sights, ready to go, and Mox just barely missing.
Now this spike going to be taken down through A-Link and into A. You can see Tabernacle in heaven, definitely aware of this. And again, that Rolling Thunder could prevent the plant. They actually decided not to use it here to prevent the spike plant. So the plant will go down. Flank coming through. TP from Henry gets him away, and then Adapt can swing off of it. West takes out Mox. Suddenly, 1v3 for Tabernacle. Suppressed as well. Can't use that Rolling Thunder right now. 3 seconds later, and maybe he can, but would it be worth it to try and clutch out the 1v3? Just the question as he gets ready to push in. Player in Hell, he's going to have to clear out. The flash turns his attention away momentarily, but the shots are whiffed, doesn't matter. So he gets full blinded once again, and West swings out to take out Tabernacle.
An unfortunate triple peek onto Tabernacle, but a well-executed retake or re-hit of that site from Tagilla. It seems like they're trying to figure out, and they're finally adapting to how Team Mystic plays. But who knows? Maybe this lockdown and holding site is really going to get them in the end, especially since they have a more attack-oriented team with that KO. They're not able to stall as much with the KO. The only thing they can really do is molly on defense, so they have to get as much as possible. As we're seeing that breach fault line come out, trying to get as much utility as possible, but it seems like the majority of the players from Tagilla are pushing up into showers. Got spotted by the turret, backing off a little bit, and they're all regrouping mid, maybe for a hit on B.
You do see the Soviet drone coming through. Gives some good vision. They know these players could be potentially moving in through mid, and they kind of are, but they're starting to back out now, getting ready to go through to A lobby. It's going to be down to Melody to try and lock it down. He gets away before the Bladestorm and Plague swings him. It should be said the eco reserve that Mystic has had for the past few rounds off that 4-run win streak is starting to wear down, so they do want to bounce back and get a win if they can. Does look like this aggress into A is going to start, coming in through main. Melody able to take out Plague. It is traded off, though. There is still Vader in heaven with an operator. Rolling Thunder now going to be used. Potentially, finally. Ooh, it's a complete miss. It's not going to hit anywhere where they wanted it to. It doesn't clear out short at all, so it doesn't stun these players that really needed to be stunned, which could result in a bad situation for this defense. Tabernacle is able to take out West, though. Nanostorm's going to be used to try and play some time. Lockdown is available, but you see Vader heavily aggressing into short to try and prevent it being used. Spike has been tapped. Adapt takes out Tabernacle. Vader takes out Puro. Spike's not being held yet. Recon Dart trying to be used in tandem with the Hunter's Fury. Doesn't even need to be used in tandem with the Hunter's Fury because the defuse is being held and the Hunter's Fury can come out in response. Spurka completely swung here. Gonna be taken out by Henry with the spray, and that does result in a 3-round win streak to put to put Tagilla just 1 round away from tying it up.
Yeah, and going into this, it looks like the economy is finally getting a little bit more balanced. You know, they won 2 rounds in a row. They're able to damage the economy of Team Mystic just barely enough to where one of the players, Tabernacle, has to buy a Guardian and Light Shield. Kind of an unfortunate scenario, but as we see, the most use Tabernacle gets is definitely the utility. But it was a really interesting play there from Henry, trying to fake out, trying to fake out Vader, but had a really nice flick. That was a really nice flick onto Vader on the top box, but unfortunately for Spurka, wasn't able to finish out the plant. But the Hunter's Fury!
Melody pulls it out to try and prevent a push into A, where these past few rounds has been the success story for this team. And they are able to counter it. Operator coming in through mid, able to find a pick for Vader. Now it's going to be a 3v5. It's Mystics finally trying to find something in this half. And there you go, trying to stop this win streak. And it looks like they may be able to. West engagement down into C, but it doesn't come out with anything. So now these players having to rotate through mid.
Slowing down just a little bit, but they're trying to find as much information as they can. They killed the Killjoy turret. They know they're there. Spurka finding 2!
The collateral headshot onto Plague and Puro, and Tabernacle finishes it off. West and mid goes down. Very, very quick round in succession for Mystics to finally get a round after a 3-round win streak. They put a halt to it.
They really decided, they were like, okay, we needed to stop this immediately. But even though they'd won that last round, they still decided to call a timeout. Maybe they needed to figure out what they're going to do there. They did expend the Hunter's Fury in that in order to gain a little bit of the lead, and Vader's pick on mid really kind of solidified the round there. It was a very low HP on Plague, and they really just didn't have much they could push in there. And now they're going into a full buy round against Tagilla's heavily broken by with Sheriff's 1 Stinger and a classic from Adapt. I'm really not sure how I'm really not sure how Tagilla is going to pull anything out of this, but I think the key that they need to do, they need to take down Vader. They need to get the op out of his hands. Even though he isn't top of the leaderboard, the op shuts down so many angles, and it's just super oppressive, especially towards their pistol buys. It's going to be devastating for them to try and pull something out on this, especially against the overwhelming force of the rifles and operator in the hands of Team Mystic.
Yeah, I think if Tagilla does want to bounce back, they just really need to be finding more value out of this util that they do have, as you get a little cipher cam action going, and it does look like Tagilla, again, like you mentioned, gonna have to be on this eco. I think as we move towards these rounds, once these ults are up after this round, most likely, we could see it used to again try and deny that operator. But it actually looks like this round the Blade Storm is gonna come out from the side of Mystics instead of using that op. But they do still have it as an option, and they use that Blade Storm to push up a little bit. Now that op comes out, and it's perfectly timed to take out Henry. Now it's going to be a 5v4. This eco not going the best for Tagilla, getting ready to push in further through mid, possibly over towards B.
They're not wanting to slow it down, trying
There
to take... Oh my gosh, Wes!
Wes able to take out Melody. Spurka does trade it off, and then Adapt trades off Spurka. So it's actually been evened out, 3v3 now. The gun has been picked up. It's now in the hands of Wes, and Vader a little bit too aggressive, overheating. Plague shuts him down. Now it's going to be a 2v3. Adapt takes out Mox, so now it's a 1v3. Pepperneck, a bit of a gun advantage here, able to take out 2 and takes out the final. The 1v3 come through with a win, and the eco will not turn into a win for the side to Gilla.
An insane clutch coming out there from Tabernac, especially because the team Tagilla picked up all those guns. That was a great moment from Tabernac. Unfortunately for Team Mystic, though, they almost lost their overbuy round. They had such an advantage over Team Tagilla Hunter, and they almost messed it up. They got a little bit too antsy. Vader pushed up a little bit too far, and Tagilla really capitalized off of it. We're able to take out 4 of them, so barely able to pull another buy out. If they lose this round, I don't know if they'll be able to full buy again.
Yeah, this could be a bad... I mean, honestly, if either of these teams lose, it could be bad for their eco. Melody peeking down at A lobby finds 2 before going down to the hands of Wes. Wes constantly finding picks, trying to carry his team to victory. See if he can continue to do just that, but there is currently a player advantage for Mystics. They are getting ready to lock down this site. Flash comes through. Vader misses the shot from heaven. Obviously, it's through a smoke. Not going to find much value there. Pushed back by the fragment as well. This could allow the spike to go down. Null command is an option, and there you go. It comes out from the side of Tagilla. Still a player down, and the lockdown ends up coming out. So, although the null command did come out to try and do some type of damage, look at that. The lockdown pushes them so far back, all the way into A lobby, and it even detains 2. It's down to Adapt from within A long cubby to try and do something. Mock pushing into short, able to find a pick onto Henry. Tabernac takes that Adapt. It's down to West. Talking about how powerful a player he is, but he can't stop the defusal. And he does get taken out at the end. Mock's going to be the final player remaining, as it's now going to be a lead going to the next half for Mystics.
Yeah, these rounds are getting closer and closer. I mean, Tagilla's adapting, and they're able to get it down to 1v1 situations round after round. Last round with Tagilla, or last round with Tabernac, and this round, it's insane what they're able to pull off. But they're just barely missing these, especially with Spurka sticking that spike down and securing the victory. And they just weren't able to get the deactivate the lockdown. The KO came out at the perfect time, but unfortunately, Killjoy already had it in her hands, and I feel like the lockdown really was the victory secure for them that round.
Yeah, that could have gone their way for sure. Does look like Tagilla wants to try and remake some of that success. You see West going into Garage, completely denied though by Mox, who is able to just spray through the wall and do so much damage. Look at that, Vader on top of that box. You can see with the operator, misses the shot, nearly gets punished, but doesn't quite. Punish Fury now comes out, and although Melody's found a good amount of success with it these past few times, they've used it, not going to be the case here. Vader eventually does end up finding the pick onto Adapt, and then a player goes down in the Garage window. Henry goes down. So it's now going to be a 2v5. Oh, Oh, and play gets spotted by the recon dart down to 1 HP. It's not that difficult for them to take him out. It's down to Piero in a 1v5. Coming in through to A-Link. Gonna have to encounter Tabernac. And does just that. Finds the pick. Lockdown available. You're on offense. There's really no point in saving necessarily. Look at that. Trying to do something. The turret does a little bit of damage, but not going to be able to play off of it. Crow now backing up. Aware that somebody might be coming for the flank. It's Spurka. And Spurka are going to be the one to find the kill.
Yeah, they did deny the flawless victory there once again, but unfortunately only able to find one. 3 ultimates online for Tagilla on this final round. They're going to try... I'm really hoping to see that they figure this out and use those to the best of their ability to secure another win, because going into this to 9-3 is... It's going to be a difficult run for them, especially with the lack of stalling ability in compared to Team Mystic. And speaking of Mystic, they have 2 ultimates online. They have the From the Shadows, potentially for a quick rotate, as well as the Breach Rolling Thunder that is infamous on this map for stopping plants, for denying... I mean, it's for... Personally, I play initiators. I play a lot of Breach. The Rolling Thunder is a playmaker ability. It really sets up the team. The From the Shadows can have a lot of info utility as well as quick rotate to help out a team, but I think the Rolling Thunder here is a lot more helpful than a KO null command. Especially going into the attacking side. A KO null command can stop a push a little bit with ability usage, but the Rolling Thunder stops them in their tracks, stuns them, and it just gives them a path to clear. And I'm really thinking they're gonna... I'm hoping they try and hit B here, because they had some luck securing B site. They weren't able to hold it forever, but they did. It was their closest match, so I'm really hoping for a B split here, but it appears they're just gonna go for a C long push here, as we see the spike oriented over there.
Yeah, B's difficult to push into if you're not already deep into the round, so they do end up just progressing early into C. They end up patching Spurka out, so they know where Spurka is in backside. They also know he's TP, so they know that Spurka could have just TP'd out of the way. Spurka ends up taking out Pyro. Now it's going to be a 5v4.
The one-way from Spurka.
Mystics getting ready to defend the push into garage is a shock dart from Melody. West down to 64 HP. Very well-timed shock dart there. And now does look like Tagilla is going to be getting ready to push towards C. Spurka with a jump peek. Still in backside. West knows that now. Getting ready to entry with the 0 point. It comes out in towards backside. Does get destroyed though. Backed up by Melody to take it out. So Spurka still has that util, and the smoke is able to come out. Melody gonna take out Plague. West takes out Spurka. Melody takes out West in a dap. Henry's able to finally shut down Melody, but it's a 1v3 at this point. From the Shadows comes out, but it's destroyed over on A site. Comes back, and Tabernac shuts him down.
That was a great call from Team Mystic to keep the Killjoy over there on the A site, locking it down. Especially since the From the Shadows was available. It was incredible call there. Able to cancel the From the Shadows right into the crosshairs of Tabernac, securing them the 9-3 lead at the half. But now we're going to be seeing Team Mystic on the attacking side, and we're going to have to see what Tabernac is able to pull off here on the defense. It looks like they have the Jet and Killjoy set up on the C site. A solo KO going to be aiming the knife, what appears to be in the middle of window, and get a little bit of a lobby, along with Sova and Omen holding down the A site. We're gonna have to see what strategies they're gonna be pulling into this pistol round.
It does appear as though Mystics has this map in the palm of their hands. Again, I'll reiterate it again. It is their map pick, so if there's a time or if there's a map for them to win this dominantly, it's probably this one, and I don't think Tagilla should take it too hard. Of course, we do switch sides now, so Tagilla gonna have to put up a good defense. Like you mentioned, KO's not gonna be as good on this defense as Breach necessarily could be. But at the same time, I do think KO and the 0 point can find a lot of really good recon util early on, and that's really where KO will show his strengths on the defense. We do see this round, we got Mystics pushing in towards B, an aggressive play on this pistol, and Melody is able to take out Pyro. Vader takes out Wes and Blake. It's now going to be a 2v5 for Tagilla. Not unwinnable, but it's not looking likely. This smoke prevents them from pushing through A Lank, where they both are. Sprayed through the smoke, even gets Henry Cavill down to 75 HP, looking to do some more, but no, Melody shuts him down. It's down to Adapt. He's getting styled on, able to take out Vader, but no, shut down by Melody. Adapt will not find the 1v5 clutch.
Melody in this game really showing dominance. I mean, I've seen Melody push in and get the first blood more than a duelist would. I mean, as you can see from the scoreboard, I mean, up 12 kills on their entry. It's honestly crazy to see, and I think that Wes on the attacking side was playing a little bit more like a duelist as a KO, which is kind of a flex role. I mean, there's a lot of duelist mains in professional that have played KO and had a lot of success there, but it looks like we're having a super aggressive C push coming out here, and it
looks like Mystics just to play very quickly, and that's exactly what they're doing. As Vader takes out West, it's not going to make the 5v4. Does look like the denial not going to come through his Plague. He goes down to Spurka, trying to prevent this spike from going down, or at least get ready for a retake, but the Aftershock prevents the push through C-Link. Silverdrone comes through to confirm these players are there. The dart actually ends up missing. Now these players are just pushing in. Vader takes out Adapt, Henry Cavill takes out Vader, Spurka takes out Henry, and Mox takes out Pure.
The firing line coming in from Team Mystic. I don't know if you caught that, but that was a triple peak, all simultaneous, coming out from Team Mystic to the to CT to clean up what was left besides the Killjoy. Perfectly timed, perfectly executed. Like some of them were crouching. Oh, the perfect over/under. These guys know what they're doing, and they're doing it well. Now they're one round off of a map point. Now remember, this is best of 3, so Tagilla Hunter does have the ability to come back in the next map and continue on the series, but right now it's looking like Mystic is just super dominant pushing in.
Ooh, Spurka takes out Wes, Vader takes out Tagilla Leg. Now it's going to be a 5v3. It's just down to Tagilla. I believe this was an eco, but again, they're just allowing this team in Mystics to waltz into that 12th round. Mox takes out Henry. Vader takes out Adapted. Mox takes out Pure. 12-3 now, match point for the side of Tagilla. Or sorry, for the side of Mystics.
Tagilla got a little antsy there. They saw the push and they just rushed in one by one right into Mystic's crosshairs, and that was a deadly push. And they are showing complete dominance. And they're on a broken buy right now. Like, the chance of them winning this is very slim. I won't put it at 0, but it's very slim. And it looks like a little bit of we have a little bit of rifle issues over on the side of Mystic, but the knives do come out as a primary for Vader, and Wes is going to try and stop this, but the recon in this... Wes got one.
For a second there, looked like maybe they were going to find some good util. That flash did blind quite a few of them. He's able to get a pick. He could have found more. He should have found more if they were really going to secure this round. Spurka able to take out Puro. Henry does trade a pick off, but no, Vader going to shut Plague down, and that does keep that player advantage in the hands of Mystics. Hunter's Fury now comes out. Vader's Blade Storm ends up taking out Adapt, and the Hunter's Fury finishes it off, and Henry goes down 13-3. A very dominant scoreline to finish it off in favor, on this map, in favor of Tagilla. Or sorry, Mystics. I have one job.
Absolutely insane match from Mystic. Absolutely dominant. 13-3 victory. After that's devastating coming out after the best of 1 match Tagilla just had, that they had a 13-0 victory only to lose a map 13-3. But this was Mystic's map pick. They showed that they chose this map because they knew they were dominant on it, and they really let it show. So great job to the first map from Team Mystic, especially Melody, top fragging, going 20-6 with 12 assists as well. An average combat score of 352. Absolutely dominant in stopping pushes and honestly, I saw him entering more than the Jet. So that was very entertaining to watch. What do you think, Sleepy?
I mean, I don't want to downplay West for the side of Tagilla. Definitely trying to carry their team. And in case you didn't see the Stellar or the Alliance Summer Series, in case you did not see that, Hanuel Black also contained West, and he ended up playing KO on Haven, a similar situation, and he did pretty well. And he honestly was a player that you'd expect to do well, would frag highly, except for when he decided to go on Sage for whatever reason, and then he did not do very well at all. But again, he's a player you'd expect to do well, especially when he's pulling out the KO, and they're doing exactly that here when we're going into Ascent. I'm going to be interested to see if that KO comes out once again. It's a map that KO definitely works on if you're trying to pull it out, just because of how heavy mid control or how important mid control can be on Ascent. So it'll be interesting to see where these teams end up taking it.
Absolutely. And right before we head into map number 2, Ascent, with Mystic again on the attacking side starting out and Tagilla on the defense. Before we head into that, we have a quick 5-minute break.
Maybe I just wanna glow in the dark. See what I'm not, keep what I got. 'Cause maybe I don't really know what I need, just what I need. Dive off the deep end, deep end. Dive off the deep end, deep end. I just wanna dive off the deep end. Dive off the deep end. I just wanna dive off the deep end. Maybe I just wanna glow in the dark. See what I'm not, keep what I got. 'Cause maybe I don't really know what I mean, just what I need. Dive off the deep end. Deep end. Dive off the deep end. Deep end. I just wanna dive off the deep end. Dive off the deep end.
Awake in the night, my eyes are red. I'm sinking through the floor again, and I can feel you holding off the pill to be with you.
Welcome back to the playoffs of the Stellar Series by Project Alliance. We still are with Tagilla Hunter and Mystic for the next game coming up on the map Ascent. Tagilla Hunter is going to be on attack, and Mystic is going to be on the defense. Now, Mystic is up one map on the series, currently 1-0. But this was the map pick of Tagilla Hunter. So this map is really the time for them to shine and bring them back into the series and try and walk away with a victory.
Yeah, if there's a map where we're gonna see Tagilla be able to bounce back, now is the time. Honestly, I'm gonna be quite frank. It's not looking good. It's not looking good for the side of Tagilla. Not just because they're down a map currently, but they've just been struggling throughout the whole series, or even just in that previous map. They didn't look super strong. Obviously, the scoreline was not great, so I want to see them maybe pick it up a little bit better, be able to have or show that you've got good side executes. And honestly, you just need to win more of your duels. There were quite a few times where they got outgunned. The mechanical difference is too much, and it's something I touched on before the match started. They've got 3 Radiants and like an Immortal and then 1 Ascendant. Like, they have a very, very powerful team. Their ranks are very, very high. And although maybe they haven't been around for as long as the side of the Tagilla core, they definitely just have a much higher mechanical skill diff. So if the team play on the side of Tagilla can outplay the mechanical difference that is seen over on the side of Mystics, we could see something come through with a very impressive scraping by map win, but it's not looking great.
I agree. It's not looking super favorable. Tagilla is full of Ascendants, ranging from Ascendant 1 to Ascendant 3. But one really big issue is that 3 of the players on Mystic are top 400 Radiants in North America, which it takes a lot of mechanical skill. It takes a lot of time and effort and ability to be that high on the leaderboards. And it's just going to be a really big... It's going to be all down to team play. Because if they're able to play together and like essentially hold each other's hands, they got to work the buddy system. They have to make those trades, and they have to do it as best as they can. Because if they're able to get their trades, it puts them in a much better scenario. Because what we saw in the last map of Haven, they were putting themselves in dry duels, 1v1s, and the mechanical skill just wasn't there, and that's why they were losing them. So if they're able to double up, if they're able to get their trades, they're going to be put in a lot more favorable situations and maybe pull out with a win.
Yeah, it's like I said, they're really going to need to show that their team play is better than that of their opponent, because even some VCT teams or even some challengers teams don't have a team that's full of Radiance, because what's more important is your ability to perform as a team. Sure, mechanical skill is very important, but at Immortal 3 to Radiant, it's around the same mechanical skill difference, and it's just about how you can play with your team at that point, which is why a lot of teams don't even have a full Radiant roster, and I don't think that's required. So I do think obviously there's still a big mechanical skill difference, but that doesn't mean team play isn't important. And I think Tagilla has a lot of those core fundamentals down, and I want to see them be able to show that off here on Ascent and at least put up more rounds than they did in the previous map. Looks like it's going to be a little bit longer than anticipated to get this map started, but we will be starting pretty soon here. What types of team comps do you like on Ascent? Obviously, it can be a little bit basic at times, but some teams like to switch it up. And how do you feel?
Well, from what I've been able to see from Tagilla is, I mean, I think we're gonna get a KO. I think we're gonna get a Sova. I think we're gonna get a Killjoy. I wouldn't be surprised if they switched it up and put a Cypher in there just for a little bit of spice. But I'm guessing it's going to be a very basic team composition, but when it comes down to one of those basic team compositions where they're identical, it comes down to how the abilities are used. Are they used as singles? Are they used as a team? And the defensive side really can be quite difficult on Ascent if your ability usage isn't there, but Team Mystic seem to have defense on lock. But like I said before, this is Tagilla Hunter's map pick, so I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they have a couple set pieces for us. And I mean, yeah, I want to see Tagilla pull through and pull off at least an 11-13 like loss. Like I want them to win, but I want them to put up more rounds. I want to
Yeah.
see them actually play because the stomping that they got on Haven did not do them justice. I know for a fact that they are a highly capable team, but they just they got to be put in the right environment. They have to be in the right headspace, which is something that I'm hoping they get themselves into here on Ascent.
Yeah, well, it looks like we're going right into the agent select. So, guess no more. We can just go ahead and take a look. And it looks like over on the side of, oh, actually on this time, the side of Mystics, we have the KO come out. Then they've got a Sova, a Jet, a Killjoy, and it looks like it's going to be an Omen. And it's actually over on the side of Tagillig where we see a little bit of that more uncommon sort of agent select where they picked Arena. They're hovering also
Duelist in the game, of course.
Quintuple duelist? No.
Yeah, Quint Duelist
quintuple
comp.
duelists.
I've seen Quint Duelist comps in competitive Valorant before. Does it work out? No, it doesn't, but it is very interesting to see. We're now seeing Adapt kind of hover Sky. It looks like Spurka is just hovering, probably going to go for that Omen like they did on Ascent, but like I said, or like they did on Haven, but I'm seeing a very basic comp come out here from Mystic, which it works, but Tagilla seems to have an interesting comp coming out here. Sky, Raze, Reyna, Viper, and Harbor. That is a comp.
Yeah, sometimes
controller.
Sometimes double controller works. I can get behind that, but double duelist on Ascent and double controller is very strange. You're gonna lack so much recon because you don't have a Sentinel and you don't have a super solid recon initiator. Obviously, you've got Sky who can provide a good amount of recon, but you don't have that pinpoint accuracy like you would with a Fade or Sova. So it's definitely a little bit of an odd position to be in to have this double duelist, double controller. They
are really gambling on attack side here. They don't have Ascent almost requires a Sentinel of some sort, kind of like Killjoy or even Cypher if you want to add a little bit of a pizzazz to your comp. But when it comes to Ascent, the attacking side, I feel like typically is not very different, but the double controller comp is going to be really interesting, especially I think it's going to help them out, especially since most teams tend to focus on accuracy, pinpoint accuracy, like the Sova. Having walls and smokes to block off the vision is really going to hinder that Sova's ability to use the full extent of the recon bolt.
Yeah, I'm definitely a little bit more concerned. Again, like you said, they're banking on this offense, and in a map like Ascent, which is a little bit more defense-sided, you typically, if you do well in your offense, it might reflect well on you. But when you're running such an offense-sided team comp, you're going to struggle in the defense no matter what. We can go ahead and see that here over on A, we got Spurka and Vader each finding a pick, denying this early aggression. Henry gonna, not get taken out. Gonna find the pick on a Vader, get the heal off as well to take out Tabernac. Spurka trying to shut down Henry, spotted by Plague, and pick comes through by Plague. Now it's gonna be a 2v2, although the engagement looked like maybe it was gonna go the way of Mystics to start it off. It's been turned around suddenly, and Tagilla is on their way to taking this round if they can find these final two picks. It actually looks like Mystics is splitting up, one on either side. Now, you don't typically do this in these situations because you're splitting up, and then the numbers advantage where you're pretty certain these two players are going to be playing, by themselves, or not by themselves, but stacked up rather, which does sort of expose you when you are playing by yourself to the possibility of losing numbers games. But you do see them splitting up here now to engage onto site and to take CT. Spike gonna get to go down. Melody pushing out through the site. He was in hell, now coming out. Gonna take advantage of Plague. They do see each other. Mox over in CT, able to take out Henry. Plague takes out Melody at the same time. Now it's a 1v1. And it's not gonna go the way of Tagilla this time around. The first round of this map will go to Mystics.
Yeah, and I'm going to keep going back to it because it's so prevalent, but the gamble they have on this attacking side is really going to be hindered by not having the gun advantage for the first 3 rounds. Like, we see Vader coming out with a Vandal light shield, Mox with a Bulldog, Melody with an Ares, probably going to spray through the wall, and Spectres against 3 Sheriffs, a Ghost, and a Classic. It's really going to be hindered here, especially since the spraying isn't going to be able to happen. A lot of the engagements you're going to be taking with smokes and walls is going to be spraying through them. So it's going to be interesting to see, but it looks like the Vandal got put away by Vader and chosen by a Ghost, but Melody...
Melody with the Ares spam doesn't even need to use the recon bolt initially to get the Ares spam coming through to find a pick into Garage. Does come through with the kill. A little bit of damage done in return. Sheriff spam through the wall, but nothing meaningful. Does result in a player advantage here for Mystics. It prevents that push into B that Tagilla maybe wanted to have. The reason this map can be so defense-sided is because of the big choke points into those sites. And, well, Melody once again showing why that's a factor. Henry Cavill goes down to yet another Ares spam through into Garage.
Heavy damage being taken. 3 Sheriffs left on the side of Tagilla. It's not looking good for him as they're going to get... It looks like they're going to get pinched here by Mox at mid.
Ooh, Mox in market. Does get taken out by Plague. Vader's there to trade it off, though. So player advantage will be maintained for Mystics. 2-player advantage, rather. Now going to be down to Vader to try and find another, and they do. Vader is down to low HP, but it's just down to Plague, who is also a bit exposed. And they do go down to Tabernacle.
Yeah, only getting 1 player down there is going to leave them with a pretty heavy bonus round coming in here with an operator coming out from Vader. Showed that Vader was pretty prevalent with the op on Haven. I'm hoping to see a little bit more action here. Probably going to be posted up on in mid, looking towards tiles or top cat. But it looks like I'm right, and we have 2 players. We have the Omen. We got Spurka and Tabernac ready to push out and fight this absolute push coming out here. All 5 were scanned, and now that seems like a rotate's going to have to come in here quick, Sleepy.
It does look like this push from the side of Tagilla is going to start coming into this site. There is going to be a very heavy presence here coming through. Damage done to either side. The Tabernac very low on HP now, has to back out. Push starts to come through. Spurka inside of tree, getting run down a little bit. The Reckoning comes out. Spike will go down because of it. It does push that team of Mystics so far back. Vader with the op trying to come in through heaven, but sort of unable to make very many grounds there. Mox is able to take out Hero, but Adapt takes out Melody for a bit of a trade, so it's still going to be 4v4. West is able to mow those players down in tree. West takes out Mox. Plague mows down Tabernac and Spurka. Suddenly Vader left alone in a 1v4, able to find an off shot, but nothing else gonna be found as they get run down. The operator picked up by West. Gonna be 3 players left alive. Pretty dominant round for Tagilla to take.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunate there for Vader, especially since they dumped all of their money almost into the operator. They are going to be able to squeeze out a rifle by only one point off of the knives as well. Might be going for an orb this round to try and secure that. But it looks like Melody is going with an Odin this round to try and get another pick out of that choke point. You see him pinging where he's going to shoot. And spraying through it. They're going to try and gain a little bit of ground, but we have a massive rush up mid.
Yeah, looks like Tagilla is just going to be able to run right through. Nobody's actively watching it. There's some kills are used on the market, of course. Invader now coming in through Defender's spawn to look into market, but he's smoked off. It's not going to find much contact there. Vader's actually able to take out Henry Cavill. Melody with the Odin takes out West. Plague is able to take out Vader. Odin spam coming through Switch, trying to find a pick as well. Flash comes through. Melody has to back out just a bit. Player advantage still in the hands of Mystics, so they're not in a bad spot here. Look at Plague, though. Still here. Ooh,
Melody!
Leap whip, and Melody finds 200 Hero and Plague and finishes them off by taking out a down. 4 kills for Melody in the round to secure the 3rd round win for Mystics.
I think that really goes to show that when you have an Odin out on Ascent, it is hard to beat. especially on that B site where the walls are paper thin. Having that high penetration, high bullet spray is really going to come out and play very, very effectively. And it looks like we are seeing a bit of a broken buy from Vader, just going to be going for the knives, it appears, trying to salvage and capitalize off of the broken buy that Tagilla has. Getting an updraft, unable to find anything, and is backing off to site, playing a little bit more passive of an angle. But it looks like Tagilla is doing a little bit of a split hit here with the spike on the side of A. Let's see.
Two coming in through main. Two in mid. It looks like maybe they want to push towards A, but there's two in main. Do need to find some sort of contact. And Henry is able to take out Vader. Spurka does take out Plague. Henry barely gets away. No, the Hunter's Fury flushes them out and right into the hands of Spurka. There's a player advantage now in the hands of Mystics, and the Hunter's Fury continues to do damage. Although West does take out Spurka. Happy able to take out Mox as well in mid. Market is actually open, but the spike is still in main. It does need to be picked up. So at this point, Tagilla doesn't really have the option to rotate, at least not yet. Especially as the door is closed, and Tabernac is going to just hold on to the spike. Flash comes through. Tabernac doesn't blind anybody. 3 blinds. Doesn't blind anybody. Again, Adapt takes out Tabernac. Shock Dart able to finish off Wes. Now it's a 1v2 instead of a 1v3. The Odin spam. Gonna try and come through here. The spike spam picked up. 19 seconds left. Not really any time to rotate. They do sort of just have to push for it. Melody's able to take out Puro, and the Odin spam to take out Adapt as well.
Interesting play there by Melody. I mean, on defense, you don't really want to take those aggressive pushes like that, especially when Spike is down and hasn't been planted. You typically want to wait out the time, but the aggressiveness of Melody there, able to get 3 picks that round, really secured them the victory. And I mean, they're up 3 rounds in this half, 4-1. And the banking that Tagilla did on this offensive comp is really not paying off for him.
It does seem like they just don't know how to play with this comp. They, of course, wanted to go for a more aggressive comp, but it just hasn't really returned with any rewards. They've just been completely mowed down, mostly with this Odin. It's like they don't know how to counter an Odin. It's like bronze all over again. Vader are going to take out West. Now it's a 5v4. Mystic's going to be up a player here as the push through mid starts to come through. Melody going to take out Henry. It's now going to be a 3v5. This was a buy from the side of Tagilla. They really want this win. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to get it. Odin going to continue to deny much contact. Plague actually able to take out Tabernac. Odin trying to lock that down. Melody, ooh, down to 4 HP is Adapt. Can they take out Melody? No, they can't. As Melody mows them down. Plague and Adapt both go down. At this point, you got to be typing that cringe Odin spammer. Be a 1v4. Puro just trying to do damage, but the Vandal's been picked up, and Melody takes Puro out with it. Odin can be picked back up. 5 rounds now for Mystics.
And Melody again with a 4K to close out a round. Absolutely showing dominance with this Odin. I'm surprised. I'm truly surprised that Tagilla hasn't tried to pull out an Odin of their own, but it just seems like they don't have the funds for it. They're again on a broken buy with a hero Bulldog coming out from Henry, trying to maybe capitalize off of something. They do have a Reckoning online from their harbor, and they're only 1 point away from having a showstopper, so they may be able to capitalize off of this heavily, but seems like they're getting another smoke one way from Omen here and a knife from Tabernac, but they're posted up outside of A again, maybe ready to get mowed down once more.
Looks like Tagilla's getting ready to push in towards A main. Tabernac jump peeking out. Spurka there to play off contact as well. Got them from the shadows, so if they need to get out, they can. So Bill starts to be pushed from Tagilla, and look at that. What a good guiding light flash. Spurka able to take out West off of it, but Plague does shut them down. Now it's a 4v4. Vader's off, gonna take out Puro, and ooh, what a good use of that dog.
And Melody once again.
Melody with the Odin, just mowing them down. I mean, I talked about the choke points on this map, but with an Odin, you still wouldn't even expect them to be able to take that much advantage. It just seems like Tagilla has no idea how to counter the Odin.
Yeah, I mean, typically you don't see the Odin too often in hyper-competitive play. You might see it 1 or 2 rounds, but then you adapt and stop going towards those wall-bangable, paper-thin spots until they stop using the Odin. But it just seems like Melody is just so good at getting those angles and catching them off guard and just absolutely mowing them down. Like, if Spurka had an Odin while caught in wine, would have able to mow down the entire team and maybe get an ace there. But that was the 3rd round in a row where Melody got 3 or more kills with the Odin. It's absolutely wild. And a Hunter's Fury coming out as well.
And Melody is able to cash in on it, taking out Henry and Puro. Plague takes out Spurka. It's going to be a 4v3. Does look like the health kind of low off of that Hunter's Fury, so the heals do have to come through with the regrowth. Tabernac getting ready to take down in towards A main. Trying to do some damage, but look at this. Gilla is just stuck there, and there's even a flank coming through. That operator, Vader, watching, and finds the pick onto West. Now it's a 4v2.
Operator Vader
does get punished. 40 HP left for Vader. Has to really back out. Does not want to die with that operator. Ooh, look at that. What a good flash, but it doesn't matter. Plague well blinded takes that Tabernac. Look at that. The Odin spam trying to take out Plague. Shock Dart's going to come out instead. Cold has allowed Plague to get out. Pick comes through.
Melody once again with another 3K with the Odin. 2v1 situation. 5 HP for Adapt. Unsure how they're going to pull this out. We got Mox lurking right in mid, ready for that push. Looks like Adapt knows that there might be somebody there looking at tiles, but isn't pushing up any farther. Might opt to save here and save the rifle going into the next round as they are completely broke. But yeah, and it looks like Mox and Vader grouping up. Going to try and make sure that op doesn't get dropped on the ground. And another round win coming in for Team Mystic.
Yeah, that Odin is just too powerful of a factor. I don't even know how Tagila has struggled this much. Typically you understand how to get rid of an Odin, and it's just to hit them in the head.
The one thing that we do need to take into account with the Odin is when you get hit in the head with an Odin, it stuns you. Much like a Phantom, it like jerks your head back, almost like instant recoil. So if you get hit in the head with an Odin, you're basically dead. That's one thing that, like, most people will be like, nerf the Odin, it's too broken, but there are ways to play around it, and it all is ability related. You have to use flashes, you have to use smokes, concusses. When you concuss somebody that's using an Odin, they're screwed. And that's just how it is. Melody again!
Oh my god, Melody just mowing them down. Henry and Puro both go down. Adapt able to take out Tabernac, but it's immediately traded off by Vader, who pulls out the shorty to take out West. The disrespect. Now they're trying to take out Plague. Plague not going to let the jumping off shot take them out. Going to find that pick there. 1v3 now, and they get finished off by Spurs.
Plague, typically a duelist player. Interesting to see the Harbor pick. And I would have lost my mind if Vader hit that no-scope shot onto Plague. That was a very risky thing, and man, Melody is just simply dominating this map with the Odin and Sova. 21-3. That's, for those of you that don't like doing math, that is a 7.0 KD. Next up on the leaderboard is Plague going 11-9, and then Vader 10-5. There really is no competition to the dominance of Melody and his Odin. We're just gonna have to see how Tagila want to play around this. I mean, it's 8-1. Aladrone coming out, gonna spot 3 of them. Gonna notice where they are. Maybe they planned for that to happen, but the spike is over there. And
Vader through mid, able to take out West. Now it's a 4v5. These players just gonna try and push through mid, but again, that operator invader is so prevalent, and the Odin swings out through garage and finds 2. Looking for more, it's Bureau there, and they go down to Melody as well, while Tabernac takes out Adapt. 9-1. Now the score, such a big round differential in favor of Mystics at this point, and it doesn't look like they're gonna stop.
Yeah, the ball is rolling, and it is not going to stop. They have enough economy to last them the rest of the game. Potentially enough economy to buy Melody an Odin, even if Melody dies every round here on out. They really snowballed this, and I think it really was I think the MVP for sure of this is Melody and the Odin. I don't know how they are not like trying to play around this. Like there are many counter strats, including stuns that they can do. The Reckoning from Harbor would be a really good tool to flush out the Odin, and also it's not very good when it comes to unscoped close up, much like a Viper's Pit. The Showstopper being a one-hit kill. It's really interesting. And Spurka.
We're gonna find 2 in A main. West able to trade it off, and then Tabernac takes out West, although that's traded off by Puro. So still only a 1-player advantage for Mystics, but the operator from Vader now gonna make it a 2-player advantage as Puro is left in a 1v3. Able to pick up the spike, but the question is, where do you take it? Running in through mid, knows the operator's there, and swings right into it. Vader gonna finish Puro off. 10-1 now. We're moving to the last round of the half, and I think Mystic's gonna take it.
Oh, yeah, I think Mystic might be taking this map as well. Unfortunate to see Tagilla not being able to make a map, even on their map pick, but I do have to commend Vader for that amazing repositioning there. Got a pick onto the sky and tiles. Immediately knew that there was only one left, that they were top cat near A lobby, and got on top. Like, not very many Jets would sit on top of the archway there right after getting a pick. So it was really good repositioning from Vader. And I'm sorry, is that 2 Odins coming in? Yeah, we have 2 Odins from Mox and Melody. Trying to mow them down. An insane play coming here. And the Reckoning comes out.
Tagilla getting ready to entry. The Showstopper comes out to allow them to do so, but a whiff on the boom pack prevents them from making the entry they wanted to. Melody gonna take out Puro. Mox takes out Henry. Adapt able to take out Melody. Shut down the Odin, but Mox from backside gonna lock it down, taking out 2. Plague takes out Spurka. Vader finishes it off. 11-1 gonna be the score as we move into the second half. And this offensive side of comp from Tagilla has been entirely shut down. I don't know how they come back on this defense.
I mean, all it takes is the pistol round win, and that almost secures them the victory here. Even if Tagilla was to force buy going into the next round, the economy difference would really cripple them. I mean, it's really it's not so much a team diff as much as it is an Odin diff. It is honestly wild how Melody is able to play with that Odin. I don't know very many people that are able to take the Odin and get as many kills and be as prevalent in the match as Melody has today. I mean, most of the kills, if not all, were from LMGs, and it just baffles me how that works so well.
It does look like this time around, obviously no Odin in practice anymore. Mystics getting ready to entry into B. Adapt tries to shut them down, but Melody is able to get 2 trade picks in return. Henry, though, takes out Melody. Player advantage now in the hands of Tagilla. It's been a minute since I've said that. It's going to be 3v2. Can they play this well? Mox still in garage. Going to have to take this engagement, but Henry wins it. What a good use of that. He going to be able to swing out, and Henry Cavill takes out Tabernac. 3 players left alive, and finally, for the first time in quite a while, Tagilla takes a round.
Yeah, and Tagilla might need to use this momentum to get themselves up a couple more rounds and bring them back in here. Although it isn't looking very promising, it's not unheard of to get them at least to a sudden death, or a overtime rather. But it does look like Mystic is forcing into this. Melody with the Ares ready to spray through this. I don't think they're ready for this.
Looks like they're gonna get ready to push in here. And it does look like they're a little bit upset that Ares has come out, but they're not quite gonna challenge it. Vader entry onto site, able to take out Adapt. Melody takes out Henry. Sound now a 5v3, despite being at a bit of a gun disadvantage coming into this round. Suddenly, Mystics is very, very much so up. Plague able to take out Mox, but Vader immediately trades it off. Now they got a Vandal, and Vader uses it to take out West. Down to Puro and Market, and Spurka shuts them down. 12-2, 1 round away. We're on match point. Tequila's gonna have to force on low eco.
It's map and series point, and this is single elimination. So if they're not able to come back from this, which is very, very unlikely, I mean, coming into this bye, I wouldn't be surprised to see Mystic, like Melody, upgrade from the Ares to an Odin, just to give them a little bit more of an advantage against the Bulldog, 3 Spectres, and a Sheriff. But it's not impossible for Tagilla to win this round and get a little bit more eco back into it, but it's map series point, and if they lose this, they are out of the tournament completely.
It does look like they're just gonna get ready to push in towards A, and Mystics is rewarded. They take out Firo. And the entry trying to start, but no, Plague through the door. Gonna wall, or not wallbang, but through the smoke. Gonna be able to find a pick. And another pick is found as well. Though Vader in heaven does take out West, who's trying to come in through CT. It's now gonna be 3v3. The defense needs to play this retake. Door's been closed. They're gonna have to destroy it if they want to push through tree. Vader takes out Plague. Door is destroyed, so they're pushing through tree. Guiding light comes through, and does a good job of blinding, but nobody's able to play off of it. Henry takes out Vader. Spurka immediately trails off. It's a 2v1. Adapt will have to clutch out the 1v2 to keep their team alive, and they can't do it. Spurka shuts it down. 13-2. The final score as we end off the day. The best of 3 that goes 2-0 in favor of Mystics. They're moving on through this tournament. Question is, how far will that run be? We won't know today. We will know tomorrow.
Honestly, an excellent try there from Tagilla. I saw that they were trying to make plays, but I gotta give that map to Mystic. Well, yes, Mystic, but I gotta give that map to Melody. Melody absolutely dominated. I mean, didn't Melody drop 30 kills with an Odin and Ares that map?
28-6, a 511 ACS. Basically unheard of.
Absolutely wild score coming in, especially from a Sova. You normally see that coming in from more of an attack-oriented initiator like a Breach or a KO, or more likely from a duelist. But Sova on Ascent is absolutely dominant, especially if you know how to play him. And honestly, that was just baffling. That every single thing that, I mean, we were going to the next map would have been Pearl, with Tagilla on attack again, but unfortunately for them, they weren't able to pull out Ascent. I thank you to Tagilla for coming out and joining the tournament. Unfortunately, your run is over, and Mystic will be moving on to the second round of the playoffs. I mean, do you have any final notes for us, Sleepy?
The main thing I got to say from today is very clearly from the Summer Showdown until now, these teams are way, way better. I mean, we saw XSET in here. We knew it was going to be a much fiercer level of competition. But this just proves it. With how dominant the scorelines have been today, it's going to be an exciting rest of the playoffs. I'm excited to see where Mystics goes. I'm excited to see where the rest of the teams go. Again, it's been a minute. In fact, I don't even think we've seen a close map yet today. So hopefully tomorrow, the rest of the games, or the rest of the days, we get some closer matches. But clearly these teams have potential and or are going to be doing well in playoffs. So I'm very excited to see where this goes. I'm excited to see everything. Thank you to the production for having me on. Thank you. Thank you to my wonderful co-caster Lash. Thank you to Hostway, our producer and event organizer, for doing everything. And of course, thank you to Sakura's or Ari, our observer. Did an amazing job today. Neither of us, I don't think, are going to be here these next 2 days. So it should be fun next 2 days, the rest of the playoffs. But yeah, any closing words from you?
Yeah, again, just thank you to all the staff and Project Alliance for making this all happen. Without you guys, these teams wouldn't be here. I wouldn't have been able to cast for XSET. I was pretty excited about that. It was a very entertaining match to watch. I mean, even a 13-0, an absolute blowout. I expect nothing less from XSET. But I mean, I'm just honored to be here, and I just want to give a big thanks to everybody at Alliance, and a big thanks to you, Sleepy, for casting with me today. It's been an honor, and I hope to see you guys again, either in a future tournament or later down the line. But if that's all, this is the closing of the first day of the tournament, and welcome to the playoffs.
All right.